Sway.
Legacy. Derek is a teacher for who's All right. Welcome, everybody. Just taking a moment to take you all in as people are still popping in, looking around at your beautiful faces. So let me indulge for a minute. It always often goes by in such a blur. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. And I invite you, please, to keep yourself on mute. Last time no matter how hard we tried, people kept unmuting themselves. So keep yourself muted. And again, I invite you to turn on your camera just for a moment and look around at who's with you and feel the field that you're in. This is a one of a kind, once in a lifetime configuration. And I'm just sliding through all the pages. Happy to see so many cameras on, and I see a lot of you without your cameras on. So just for a moment, I invite you to step out of your comfort zone and turn on your camera. Make sure you have a shirt on, as I explained in the last class. Clothing optional is a VIP level. So, if you didn't pay the extra, you got to put your shirt on. Yeah, just take a breath. Ah, you made it. It's a very interesting time we're in, yes. And we've been on a journey the last week or so, for those of you that have been part of this, really talking as I've been sharing about my journey of discovering these principles of awakened wealth, which is about more than just money. It's about living a life where you can generate all of your needs abundantly, no matter what conditions you faced, no matter what challenges you've been through. And as important, especially now in our world, no matter what challenges you might face. Because let's be honest, again, we are in some very interesting times. As there's a Chinese curse that sometimes people think it's a blessing, which says, may you be born in interesting times. Well, congratulations. We've all been born in interesting times with wars and rumors of war and polarization and fragmentation and a lot of confusion. And with AI hurtling towards us like an asteroid, I just really want you to understand that things are going to get even more disrupted. And this is good news, bad news. The bad news is most people are not prepared for it. They're not prepared for just how disrupted our economies, our jobs, our work, including a lot of the things you all do or want to do. Coaches, teachers, authors, healers, entrepreneurs, creators, artists, or parents with children going to school. I was just meeting with my niece yesterday, who's putting on this event for young kids who are trying to figure out, what the heck am I going to do with my life? And so, the kids are wondering and concerned, the parents are, and I know many people here are. And what I've discovered over these years and increasingly is that when you really understand the principles that we're going to be talking about and that I've been talking about all this last week or so, I really want you to hear this, that no matter what unfolds in our experience, when you understand how to tap into the real source of power and abundance and the real purpose and the real seed pattern of your life, nothing in the world can take that away from you. Nothing can block it, delay it, or deny it. Who wants to be that anchored in themselves and in that power that no matter what happens, they know they cannot be denied? Post in the chat if that's something that you want. If you are ready to stop getting ready, if you are ready to stop being afraid, if you are ready to stop merely being a reaction to the world, feeling like you're at the effect of the world, and actually know in your bones, in your soul, that you are cause. Remember the Wizard of Oz? We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Because. That's the secret code hidden in that song. That whole story was about how Dorothy and all of the different characters thought they were at the effect of life. They wanted courage, they wanted intelligence, they wanted to have a heart, they wanted to be home, and they thought that they didn't have the power. They thought some wizard did. And then they eventually realize there's nothing but an old dude behind the curtain. And he's not really in power after all. And that's the whole world of forms and structures and systems that have been trying to convince us they have the power and we don't. And I'm here to tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, you have the power. And I nearly died twice finally understanding this, but it turned my life around from being broke and broken and suicidal, living in a one-room apartment, living on macaroni and cheese, literally. I got really good at mac and cheese, but it took me from that, and very quickly when I got this, it shifted everything. And it was like all of the things I had stored up, all the prayers and the wishes had been stored in this sacred trust account. And as soon as I was able to flip the script and stop looking to the world and leaning on the resources and learn how to lean on the source, it was like all of a sudden this combination lock, this cosmic tumbler clicked into place, and all of this unfolded in my life like a flood. Within days of this really breaking through, I got a job out of nowhere that I made more money in 2 days than I'd ever made in an entire year. And then I discovered my purpose, and I went on within a year or so to making six figures and living my purpose and really finally launching my life, falling in love, having a family within the next few years. Everything just started working and unfolding the way it's meant to, the way it does with every other seed in nature. Because I realized that the way we had been taught to grow and to manifest was exactly opposite. We had been taught that we were empty shells and we had to go into this world and fill ourselves up. We had to find the missing pieces, right? And I saw that just like in every seed, the pattern already is in the mechanics for its fulfillment. And that already that magnificent expression is right here in the field, just like your favorite music is playing right now. But you have to tune into that frequency and become a match for that frequency. And you don't attract it, you don't make it happen, you make it welcome. It's already here. This is what the great master teachers taught us. Heaven is already at hand. Nirvana is already available. It's already here. I'm telling you what I know for sure. And so many of the ways we've been hypnotized, I've been talking about that, the five hypnotic spells. So many ways we've been hypnotized into believing that our wealth and our success and our abundance and our love is separate from us. And then we built coping mechanisms and strategies to go out and get it. All of that efforting to get and to fix and to heal and to control and to attract has been like the static on the line, and we can't hear the music. It's been the resistance. And when I was able to let that go, stop trying to get it and open out a way to let it, to let that imprisoned splendor escape, everything turned around. And that's what I've been talking about these last several days. On the last call, I'm sure some of you were there. I went into that much more in depth. But the bottom line is I've spent 25 years practicing this, mastering it at least to some degree, studying the greatest leaders, the greatest teachers in history, coaching millionaires and billionaires and tech leaders and media moguls and Oscar and Emmy winners, and seeing and in the process writing many books and best-selling books, working with tens of thousands of entrepreneurs, artists, healers, coaches, and more. So that I know now this is not theoretical. It's not just my special, strange blueprint. When these individuals have gotten this process, they were able to manifest just like I was. Whether they were broke and have nothing, many of them were, to suddenly launching their work or falling in love or even healing their body. Once you understand it's all about circulation and flow, whatever needs whatever abundance and wealth looks like for you, what you need to unfold, that's how it shows up. I've seen people go from, bankruptcy to having more business than they could handle to making more in a month they'd ever made in a year, more in a year they'd ever made in a lifetime, or at least in the last 10. People launching businesses, filling their practices, buying their dream homes, traveling the world. And as I said, even finding true love, healing their bodies, people that had had problems could nothing else could solve. When this, when what you're going to learn today, especially when the circuits that had been broken in them from these hypnotic spells and lies and belief in separation, when that got integrated, all of a sudden there was new circulation. And where there's more circulation of this life force, there's more life, there's more green, there's more growth. So that's what's possible. And throughout me teaching this to thousands and thousands of people, they've manifested millions and millions of dollars. They've eliminated tons of debt. And most important, I think, because you can have money and you can have the baubles of the world, but these individuals healed the deeper issues behind the lack. They healed the real cause, releasing the guilt and the shame and the trauma and the fear that allowed them finally, without apology, to step out and live life at the levels that they'd always dreamed of, but never seemed possible before. And they even did this in the midst of many insurmountable odds. Who is ready to live unapologetically? Who wants to be able to just say yes to your yes, to just live your life out loud, to just live and shine and ask for what you really want and go for what you really believe in and charge what you're really worth and have all of it without shame, without blame, and without apology? Yes, yes, yes. Post that in the chat. And I also, as I shared in the past call, this doesn't just work in good times. And maybe one of the most important parts about it is that it really proves that no matter what, as I said, challenge you've been through or trauma, because many of you believe it's too late or it's too hard or you're not enough or you're too broken or whatever. And and I really want you to understand that I've walked through some of the greatest tragedies and challenges a person can. I won't go into all of them. Again, most of you have probably heard my story, but I lost my child. I went through a divorce of over 23 years, lost my home, lost what I thought was everything I'd built. Everything I'd built was just gone overnight, or so it seemed. And then losing a child, which is unimaginable. And then my wife having cancer, and then being scammed like a Bernie Madoff level scam with a lot of really smart people and losing a fortune, really like a life's fortune again. So again and again, I built it up and had it taken away. And then because of these principles, and when this is all put together into a way of life, I've been able to not only heal, but get back everything I've lost. Now, I couldn't obviously bring back a child and I couldn't bring back that marriage, but I was able to open up to more love and a greater expression of fulfillment and family than I even thought was possible. So that's what's possible no matter where you are. So I know beyond a doubt that this stuff really works when you know how to work it. And when you understand and how to apply these principles in the right order, like a recipe, if you are baking a cake and you put the ingredients in backwards, you might get a pancake. So it does matter that you understand the principles and how to sequence them and ultimately how to build a way of life. And you may not think this is possible right now, and that's fine. And my invitation to you is in this field, this is a field of such resonance where two or three or more are gathered in agreement. There the I am is in the midst of us. A miracle is possible in this field. So please keep your heart open and your mind open and prepare for your insight and your breakthrough. Feel that inner yes. Feel that yes, 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 I can. I will. I am able. I deserve this. I was made for this. I was made for more. Just feel that resonance. And on that note, let's just take a breath and just set the tone even more. If you can close your eyes, just close your eyes. Let me just pin myself. I don't think I did. And just take a nice breath into the back of your heart. And release all that has come before this moment. Let the past go. Feeling your body relax and yourself sinking more deeply into your heart, into your breath. The past is just a memory. It has no power over the present or the future. Let it go. See the cords plugged into you, just unlocking and releasing. No longer a victim of the past. You've never been to a past. You've never had a past. It's always just been a memory, a mental construct. And now breathe into the front of your heart. And release the future. Let go of all the fear and the expectation. Feel your shoulders and your chest relax as you drop down even more into now, more into your heart and into your breath. The future is just a fantasy. You'll never get to the future. You'll never have a future. It's another mental construct, another wall of the matrix of our mind. Memory or past, future, fantasy. And now take a breath into the front and the back of the heart. And let go even of what we call the present. The present conditions, the present story, the present appearance of lack or limitation, or loss or separation. Let it all go. The present is mostly imagination. It is memory plus fantasy, weaving a story, a simulation in the mind. But it is not the truth. Even the present condition is really just an effect of past thinking. That which you can touch, taste, see, and measure is literally the past already. It's all just a mental model, a matrix in the mind. And we've been hypnotized to believe it's real, to believe that it determines our life, that it controls us. But all that it is the evidence that a thinker has been there. Like the wake of a boat, it's the evidence that a boat and an engine has been there, but the wake does not drive the boat. And your present conditions nor your past, none of that is driving the boat. None of that determines what unfolds next. You, as a sovereign individual with agency and the ability to place your attention where you choose, to tap into that deep vision and potential within you, which is always infinitely greater than any problem or condition you face. That is what drives the boat. And so we're just becoming dehypnotized. We're waking up. We are not and have not been experiencing reality. We've been experiencing our belief about reality, our conditioning about reality, our story. And in this moment, take another breath and just let it all go. Feel yourself just let go. Like you've been carrying all of these bags and you finally arrived home and you just drop it all on the floor. Ah, finally, let it all go. You don't have to carry any of it. And in this moment, for just a brief moment, if only a brief glimpse, feel that inner sense of greater freedom, of a little bit of space where you get to choose what you create rather than being merely a reaction to what is appearing. In this space, feeling that divinity begin to be stirred into activity. Set your intention for why you're here. Not what you think you should or could or have to, but from the depths of your being, if you could choose, if you could set your sail in the direction that you most want to go, what is that intention for being here today? And when you're ready, open your eyes and post that in the chat. Your intention and feel it. It's not just words, it's not just a thought. Post in the chat now, what is your intention for being here today? And I invite people to look in there and see what's flowing past, to be happy and prosperous, to increase my reach, abundance, clarity, fulfilling my life purpose, to be debt free, ready for more, living my authentic self, to open up to far more than ever before. I desire to build my house in France. I let go of all my baggage and limitation. Yes, this is one trip where you're guaranteed to lose a lot of baggage and be happy about it. To remember who I am, to stop procrastinating. Freedom, freedom. Yes, keep posting those now. And so today we're gonna go deeper into the shadows of wealth, right? The shadow work, which is again not done often, and when it's done, not fully understood. How these shadows, these unconscious patterns are sabotaging us and how to get free of them. And I think this is one of the most important shifts in how we see ourselves. For me, it was a revelation. It's been one of the most surprising, life-changing discoveries I think I've had. Other than the biggest one, which is the understanding that life doesn't happen to us, it happens through and as us, that I, in the midst of me, am the source of everything. But even then, there was all of these ways in which people, and myself included, felt like even though we were doing everything right, it wasn't working. And as you'll see today, if you don't already understand, it has a lot to do with these unconscious shadows and that we just take for granted. And again, it's one of the most important, I think, shifts, especially if you've been trying to do the work and improve yourself and improve your life, maybe for a while now. This I've found has been one of the missing codes in the combination lock that really opens it up. And and again, as people have gone through this work and understood this and gotten that final code on the combination lock, It's unlocked incredible benefits. Again, none of this is theoretical. I'm not just here inviting you to have a really nice and inspired idea, but how this can actually and practically change your life. There's this one person, Jen Harris. She said, I've been following Derek for about 6 months, trying to help change my money blueprint. And miraculously, after making little to no money, this past month, I made $225,000. That's again, these numbers don't represent what everybody does, but that was a perfect example of an individual who had all of this locked up in her, and she had been working so hard. And this is another individual, Rose Marie. She said, I've suddenly been manifesting wealth to the max in all areas. Since starting in April, I have realized an amazing growth in my business, and it's still growing. And you hear things like this last line, my head is spinning. There's this experience where suddenly, when people have this reversal, a debt gets eliminated. People call from out of the blue, paying money back, offering jobs. And it's almost like I said, we've been doing all this work and we've been putting it all in this escrow account, but we couldn't get access to it. And then suddenly that final number clicks in and the doors open and the floodgates open. And suddenly, again, people feel like their head is spinning. And it reminds me of a saying in the Bible that says, prove me now in this, meaning in this difficult situation, stand and live and prove that I am, that this divine presence is, and I will open up the windows of heaven and pour forth a blessing too big for you to receive. How many here want to have the experience where your only problem is how do I catch all this? Like, like when a jackpot goes off in Vegas and the person's like trying to catch all the money coming out of the thing, right? I don't know if they do that anymore. I think you just get a stupid ticket. It's so boring. But how many here want to have that experience of like trying to catch all the abundance and all the good that's coming? And your only problem is it's too big. It's too much. Who wants to have that? And notice if you're like, ooh, I don't want that, because that'll be a shadow somewhere or a values conflict. But that's the experience. It can be the experience. This other woman said, Jennifer in Boise, she said, I was homeless and desperate. She was living out of her car. And now I'm in my own apartment. I'm engaged. My prescriptions have dwindled from 20 to 30 different pills, different RXs, down to only two a day, which are also disappearing. I'm now a testimony to the very reprogramming that Derek is sharing. God bless. So I just want to give you a few quick examples, and these aren't to impress you, but to impress upon you that this isn't personal, that it doesn't just happen for certain kinds of people all over the world in every situation, broke, living in their car, already have a business, takes their business to the next level, whatever is the level they're at. It's not personal, it's a principle. And it works for people, any kind of person, just like the sun shines on everybody's garden, but you got to prepare the garden to receive that light. Just like the rain falls on everybody, doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you live. If it's raining, it falls on you, but you got to know how to catch it and how to use it. So whatever you might be thinking, whatever story you might have, and we're going to unpack that a little more. Again, I want you just to believe. And even now, just fake it till you make it, but accept the possibility you really could have that insight, that aha, that breakthrough today that shifts it all. The real miracle is a shift in perspective, a shift in perception. Why? Because it's already here. You already have it. And so prepare yourself for that. Turn off any other distractions if you can, and get ready to take notes. Don't worry about taking too many notes, though. Be present. And I want to just quickly recap some of the things we've talked about in the previous call, but I'm not going to go that deep into them. So if you have not listened to the previous call, please do so while it's still available. It won't be available for more than a few more days and then it's gone. So take advantage of that, because I don't want to just say everything I already said. I want to get onto the shadow work. But just real briefly, I want to remind you of a few of these principles. And again, if you've already heard these, remember, you haven't learned it until you live it. So listen with a beginner's mind. Listen as if it's the first time. Listen for what you didn't understand or didn't get yet. Okay? So the first thing is to understand the true nature of wealth, which is that it is infinite, it is invisible, it is consciousness, it is not material. It is not material. Wealth is not dollars or stocks or bonds or Bitcoin. Those are the symbols of wealth, right? And this is why, like the wealth of a fruit tree isn't the fruit. Otherwise, when all the fruit is gone, the farmer would cut it down. But the farmer knows that if she takes care of the roots, something almost magical happens. And in due season, it makes another harvest and another and another. And not just one harvest, but every piece of fruit has seeds that could create another field of trees and harvest upon harvest upon harvest. So every seed contains infinity. That little seed, this is why Jesus said if you had the faith of a mustard seed, you could move mountains. He was talking about infinity is in the palm of your hands. But if you think it's material, you look at your dollar in your bank account or whatever, and you think you don't have a lot. You look at the time on the calendar, or you look at your present body state, or the conditions of your family or your house, and you judge by appearances. And Jesus said, do not judge by appearances, judge righteous judgment. It's infinite. The universe does not work in quantity, it works in quality. It works in a state of having. To he who has, more shall be given and it will be multiplied. And to he who has not, even what he has will be taken away and he'll be cast into darkness. And so it's talking about that when you have the consciousness of having, and this must be developed and cultivated because we're hypnotized. We think that we've been told by science that it's if you can't measure it, it's not real. But in fact, whatever you can measure is not what's real. It's what you can't measure that is real because it's immeasurable. It's infinite. It's inexhaustible. The Big Bang, before the Big Bang, there was nothing. Out of no thingness came everything. And you are made in the image and likeness of God, which is not religious. It simply means you have the same faculty to create out of nothing. Because the substance of no thing is everything. Again, that song is playing, all your favorite songs, but they don't have substance. It's frequency. And if you tuned in and turned it up to the full volume, would you have less song? Would the guy next door to you have less song? How about if we all found that station and cranked it up all around the world? Would all that music just run out really fast? No, in fact, the world would thunder with that music because it's frequency, and frequency has no limits, no quantity, it's infinite. So the wealth of the tree is that invisible energy. And they've even done studies where they put a tree in a bath, they measured the whole volume, they grew the fruit, took the fruit away, remeasured, the volume hadn't changed. So where did all that fruit come from? It came from where everything comes from. Think about it. The earth has been growing food and fruit for many, 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 many millennia. And yet, has all the dirt run out? No. It's a system of circulation that creates a condition in which infinity just keeps unfolding if we understand how to do it in a sustainable way. So wealth is not stuff. It's the substance of stuff. It's invisible. And this is also that saying, the love of money is the root of all evil. What it's saying is the love of the symbols. When you believe the symbols, the effects are wealth and power, then you do some really bad things to yourself and to each other. So you have to make the great reversal. You have to understand that everything is already within you. Okay. You brought it all with you. You're not on your way to heaven or to wholeness or to more wealth or anything. You're coming from it. Now, again, these aren't just words I'm speaking. Listen not just to what I'm saying, but to what I'm listening to. Feel into the resonance. These are not words. There's an energy here that you can feel, that you can tap into. So you, like a sunbeam is not on its way to the sun, or a wave is not on its way to the ocean, or a branch is not on its way to the tree. Everything is coming from source. You are coming from, on your way to a greater expression of. And when you make something outside of you your source, then we get to what I call the big betrayal. The universe is set up to betray you so that it fails you, so that you ultimately have to come back home again, like the prodigal son who took all of his inheritance and left and said, I'm good, see you later. And then goes broke and ends up with pigs and prostitutes. And it's like, Dad, can I come home? Right? It's a parable, but it's a principle. We've cut ourselves off and gone away in all of these baubles in the world and all of these get rich quick things and making other people our source of power, governments and jobs and economies. That was never meant to be the case. And we just keep giving away our power, and then we have to control our lives more, or sacrifice more, or fight to get something from each other, or make up whatever crazy story we have to just get by another day. But it's all because we've got it backwards. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? So once you know that wealth is consciousness, is within you, and is you, the next thing we have to know, and again, I'm going through this fast, listen to the last call to understand all of this. And by the end of this call, I'm going to tell you how to put all these pieces together into the design and the system where I can walk you step by step to make this a permanent activity in your life. But once we know that we have it all within us, the next thing is we now have to know how to get it out. As I say, whatever is missing is what you're not giving. As the Gospel of Thomas says, if you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. Brene Brown says it this way: unexpressed creative potential is not benign, it metastasizes. When a tree starts to rot in the branches, the problem is usually in the roots. So I want you to get this. We've been hypnotized to believe that what destroys us, that what hurts us, that what holds us back is someone or something outside of us, or something in the past that happened to us, right? It's a complete lie. It's the job of the ego to trick us, to keep us the same. It thinks it's protecting us because growing and changing too rapidly as a species would have been dangerous. Just like if a child just starts expressing and going for it too soon before it's developed its capacity to be in this world, that would be dangerous. But now that very mechanism of baby proofing our world so that we don't kill ourselves before the species endures, now that very mechanism is stagnating us and putting us on the verge of extinction. And even in our personal life, it's just literally blocking us and putting us in lack. You and you alone have everything you need, and nothing and nobody has ever stopped it and ever can. Now, if that brings something up in you, well, you don't understand the patriarchy, the toxic masculinity, the capitalism, the this, the that, whatever. Hold that thought. We're going to have time for coaching and questions and see if you still believe that when we're done. Because understand, any story that we tell ourselves, no matter how seemingly justified, about why we can't be all that we want and have all we want and fully express freely because of someone or something outside of us, no matter how justified, is the prison bars we build to lock us in. I'm telling you the truth. And you can set yourself free and then, by example, set others free when you understand this. This is what Gandhi understood. This is what Dr. King understood. This is what Mandela understood 27 years in prison. And even while he seemed to have his body imprisoned, he became the consciousness of the president and ended apartheid in his consciousness before he even got out. That's how powerful you are. So once you know you have it in you, you have to find a way to get it out. And we talked about the 7 wealth activators, the 7 gifts that go on, keep on giving, right? And that is these 7 channels that all must be circulating. And that is the giving out of your time, talent, and treasure. That's giving up all the stuff you've been holding onto and hoarding, or giving in to the greater mission, i.e., surrender. Not surrendering to the problem, but surrendering to your greatness. Giving thanks, giving to yourself, which is largely missing in a lot of heart-centered, spiritually minded people. Forgiving, I won't go through all of them. But when all of these channels are open and clear and circulating, you have a flood of energy. And understand the law of circulation is the key principle here, because there's no lack anywhere, but it must circulate in order to express. Wherever there's more circulation, you have more growth, more green, more abundance. And that's true in any system. During the Great Depression, there was not a lack of money. There was not a lack of wealth or food. There was a lack of circulation because people were judging by the appearances. People were afraid. People thought that the governments and the economies and the corporations and the jobs were their source. And so they stopped circulating. They stopped investing. They stopped innovating and creating. And just like if your heart was like, well, I want to make sure I don't run out of blood, so I'm going to hold on to more of this blood and not circulate all of it, just in case it's going to have a heart attack, right? So society suffered a collective heart attack during the Great Depression. And that's always what happens. There's never a lack anywhere. And this is also, by the way, why during Great Depressions and recessions and downtimes, lots and lots of people get really rich or really successful or launch their life's work. How is it that they could do that? Because they don't stop circulating, as I talk about in the hypnotic spells. When there's a contraction, they expand in the face of contraction. And when you know that you have everything, when you know you're the source, when you know how to circulate and you understand circulation is king and queen, then even when things contract, you don't stop circulating. Even when there seems to be a lack of love in your relationship, if you understand this, you don't shrink your love to match your partner. That's not going to work out well. You expand your capacity to love. And on the other side of that contraction, that fight, that argument, that problem, you have more capacity to love and you have greater experience of love. And I'll tell you, even after losing my son, I got the message one day where the voice said, when the form that holds your love is shattered, it is not lost, it is liberated. So even when the job is lost, or the person is lost, or the relationship is lost, whatever the form that holds the thing that you care about seems to be shattered, it is not lost. Now it's liberated. And if you are willing to expand in the face of that contraction and circulate more, oh, you're going to close a door against my heart? Watch this. I'm going to love you even more. I'm going to forgive you whether you like it or not. I'm going to serve whether you ever appreciate it or not. Like that Mother Teresa poem. You give the world your best and they don't like it, they don't trust it. You do good and they think you're evil. Do it anyway. Do it. And she keeps saying, do it anyway. Give your best anyway. Love anyway. Serve anyway. Shine anyway. And at the end, she says, because it was always between you and God anyway. Or put another way, it was always between you and you anyway. Nothing can stop you when you're willing to be you and circulate your life, your light, your love, your talents, gifts, and abilities fully, no matter what. Who here is willing to do that? Post in the chat. Who here at least gets what I'm saying, even though it's like, that seems scary. What if I just love and they're mean to me or they don't give it back? But are you feeling the energy? It's not just me, right? And then finally, at the end of the call today, I'm going to talk about this. And this, I think, is the most important, often missing piece. Because many of you're all so smart. You all know a lot of stuff. You've learned a lot of things. But still, you hit the ceiling or hit the wall and it doesn't work or it doesn't work sustainably, right? And what I found is the most important and often missing piece is that people are out there getting things on this call, that call, and piecemealing it together. But they have not learned how to design a way of life that allows these principles to be practiced in the right sequence in a sustainable and habitual way so that this becomes the new wealth generating, life generating machine that you install. Confucius said, all men are alike. It is their habits that separate them. And habits are what your character is made of. Character means the etch of God on your soul. And character determines your destiny, not your conditions. Your character, which is made up of your habits, which is made up of what you do consistently, which is determined by what you most deeply value and your vision. And the problem is most people are living in reaction. They don't understand that they're surrounded in conditions, mental, emotional, physical, that keep tuning you into these default patterns and beliefs that keep you hypnotized. So you get inspired on a call like this, you get expanded, and then you go back to your life. And your life is not designed to hold this frequency. You've already got a preset button on your radio to take you back to the old song. Instead of living at K-Rich, K-R-I-C-H, you go back to K-L-A-C-K, K-Lac. And you don't mean to, but that's the way you've been habituated. And no matter how many times you learn and get inspired and start to get liftoff capacity, you're going to hit that threshold. And before you know it, and often without you knowing it, you pull back on the throttle and you come back down to where it's not shaking and rumbling. You come back down to familiar patterns and you're circling the runway once again. Anybody know what I'm talking about? And who here wants to once and for all break out of that pattern? Like really change permanently. You have to know how to bring your life into integrity with these principles. And you were designed for this. It's like a garden. You don't just throw a bunch of seeds out there and then hope for the best, spray and pray. You have to create very intentionally the garden. In fact, the word paradise means walled garden. It means a garden that is intentional, that has structure, that has order. It's not on accident, it's on purpose. And at the end today, I'm going to show you how to design this garden, how to design your life on purpose, aligned with your highest vision, designed to unlock your greatest potential, and to do it until it's automatic. That doesn't mean there won't be challenges. I got lots of challenges, but no matter what the challenges are, there's something automatic now that kicks in, that lifts me back up, that expands me in the face of contraction, that opens up inspiration, and that gives me the courage and commitment and strength to do whatever is needed to take it to the next level again and again, sometimes despite myself, right? Because we're still living in a human world bombarded by all these thought viruses. So we have to design a machine. We have to design this inside of us so that we're not always having to begin again, and we're not always having to rely on our sheer will and discipline because we've become something different. Again, who wants that? Because that's what this is really about. If you're here thinking it's just about getting an insight, getting a little inspired, getting a little hack or a strategy, God bless you, but I've been doing this for 25 years and I've rarely found that that takes you all the way. It takes you a little ways, it fools you, and before you know it, you're back in those same patterns. So, again, as I said before, and we're going to have time for questions and coaching. So, as questions arise for you today, write them down and see, maybe they all get answered, but there will be a time for you to ask your burning questions. And I especially the ones where this doesn't make any sense to you, where you think this is nonsense, or you want to tell me you've tried all that and it doesn't work. Whatever is the question, write it down. There's going to be time to answer those. So, and as I'm going along, if anything strikes you as an aha, as a nugget, post it in the chat. So again, the key to manifesting abundance is increased circulation. And I want to get a little deeper in it today so we have a little time to show you how to start repairing these circuits. As you open up all the channels of circulation, the life force that created everything and is always moving now can move through you. Again, life is not holding anything back. It's flowing all the time, but it can only flow through where those channels are open and those circuits are connected. Okay. So it will move through you and it can remove any obstacle. It can heal anything in the way. And again, transform your life and manifest your potential just the way that in nature, when it's in its proper nature and when we haven't messed with it, all the life force flows into that seed and grows it. And it doesn't flow into an acorn seed and then the acorn seed like siphons it off to, maybe just in case, let me try to be an apple seed, and just in case, let me try to be a rose seed. The acorn cannot fragment. It cannot block that life force. It cannot go against its nature, but we can. And therein lies the rub, right? So to master this full circulation and for all of life to circulate through you, you have to understand, first of all, that it requires a circuit and that the reason why it's not flowing through you is for one reason or another, and we're going to get into a couple of them, you have a broken circuit. Now, a circuit is a polarity. The master circuit, you could say, is the yin and the yang, the Tao, right? Or masculine and feminine, or chaos and order, or life force and life forms. These are polarities. They seem to be opposites, but they're not. As Einstein discovered, energy and matter are not opposites. They're just two polarities of the same thing, right? And then every other polarity fits inside these master polarities, kind of like concentric circuits. So there's good and bad. There's love and hate. There's greedy and giving, selfish and selfless, worthy and unworthy, stupid and smart. You get it? Everything is a circuit. And I'm sure you've heard of this before, but I don't know if you've heard it described and if you've understood it this way. Because if any of these circuits are broken because of a limited belief or a collective belief, and for example, you think that being giving is good, but being selfish is bad, then you have a broken circuit and you will not be able to circulate. You'll suffer. For example, breathing is a circuit. You have to be selfish to fill yourself with air, but then you have to be selfless to give it all away. You can't hold on to it, right? I'll just keep a little bit of air just in case, right? And then you need to be greedy and take all the air in that you need to begin again. You can't just take in, well, I really need this much air, but I'm only going to take this much, right? You ever tried that? It's called breathing really shallow. And what happens? You get stressed, you hyperventilate, it doesn't work. And again, have you ever tried only breathing out partially, but saving some of the air just to be sure? It doesn't work. Eventually, the natural biology kicks in and it forces the air out or forces the air in. The problem is we can break these circuits in our mind emotionally, psychologically. So if you think it's selfish or wrong to be selfish or to make it about you, but that it's right somehow to make it about everybody else, you're just going to be breathing out all day. Or if you're afraid of giving too much, or afraid you're not going to have enough, or that others are going to take advantage of you if you give all that you have, then you're going to be breathing in all day or holding some of your breath back. And I use this metaphor because it's undeniable, but this is the same way it works in every area of our life, right? The basic fundament of circulation, of the law of circulation, is you cannot give what you don't have. You have to fill yourself up. And you have to take all that you need, not just a little bit, just enough so that nobody thinks I'm greedy. You have to breathe all the air you actually need, right? And then you cannot keep what you don't give away. If you just hold on to the breath, you die. You have to give all the breath away if you want more breath. And it seems like a contradiction. But wait, I just got the breath. Now you're telling me I got to give it all away? Yes. I just got the money. Now you're telling me I got to spend it or invest it in growing life? Yes. If you just save it, hide it under a rock like the servant in the parable of the talents, you're going to lose it. Hold on, let me just mute you. So I really want you to get this. I'm having fun with it, but I want you to get this idea. If you can get this, I just finally got all the breath, and now I have to give it all away? Yes. And I just gave it all away, and now I have to do it again and take all the breath I need? Yes. And again, I just finally got love. I just finally feel good enough, and I feel loved. And now you tell me I have to focus on loving everybody else or giving all that love away? Yes. I have to risk never getting it back? Yes. Or I just got whatever, some time, some money, whatever the thing is. Life doesn't stop. You have to get good at the circuitry, the circulation, and we get stuck on one side or the other. And again, this is true with any polarity. If you're afraid of taking all that you need because it's going to look bad, or you're going to look bad, or others are going to not have enough, then you have a broken circuit and it's not going to work. If you're afraid of giving it all away because others are going to take it and take advantage of it and you'll never have it ever again, then you have a broken circuit. And this works in every polarity. And you ultimately need to know how to embrace all the polarities. So there's no more conflict in you. You have to win that war within. So you're no longer a house divided. And I won't go into this today, but the whole story of the Garden of Eden is really the parable that describes this, which is that we ate of the knowledge of good and evil, which is to say we took on the belief that we could determine what was good and what was bad, what was right and what was wrong. And then a great sleep fell over us and we fell into history, into his story, the Adam dream, the Adamic dream. And all that means is we begin to create and weave a world of polarity, except we weaved a world of polarity where we determined what was right, wrong, good, bad, should, shouldn't. And we never, as a human being, that was not our role. And so we set up all of these false conflicts and separation. And when you begin to do the shadow work and reintegrate these broken polarities, the things you think are bad and also the things you think are good that you don't think you have, you little by little redeem and wake up from this limited story that we've fallen into. And the abundance and the wealth and the freedom and the joy that is all around you, that is all within you, that has always been here. You can't make it happen. You suddenly make it welcome. You see it, you feel it, you have the circuitry now to circulate it. And again, I could teach a whole workshop on shadow dancing, and in fact, I do. But this emerged the first time in the wealth work. That's why I'm this. I think it's so important to share this with you. But the bottom line is you cannot receive, experience, or express anything where you have a broken circuit that doesn't allow it to flow. Now, here's some examples. Think about this with yourself, how you know you have one of these. And of course, we all have one or more of these. You have a lack of clarity or purpose. You have an inability to start things or follow through what you've started. If any of these sounds like you, post it in the chat. You procrastinate. I saw some people there. You have a lack of focus. You have burnout or overwhelm. You feel like you're spinning your wheels and getting nowhere. You have a need to hide or a fear of being seen or self-expression. That's a big one, big shadow. You have an inability to sell yourself or your work without shame or apology or guilt. Another big one for heart-centered people. You struggle with making plans or having solid structures. Maybe even plan is a four-letter word to you. Okay? There's a lot of chaos in your life and not enough order. You have trouble asking for what you really need and want. Again, a really big one with heart-centered people. And there's a lot more, but just as you feel into those, post what might be one that you relate most to. Let me see if I can actually post these in the chat real quick, just so you can get a handle of what those are. Yeah, there we go. I'll just put them in the chat for you. So take a breath. I know there's a lot coming through. And don't worry, you don't have to retain all of this. There'll be a replay later today, and I'm going to share with you a way where I'm going to walk you through all of this step by step and design this whole life design and this whole wealth generating machine with you personally. I'm going to take you by the hand step by step and design it with you. So stay present for your breakthrough, for that flip of perception, but don't worry about, capturing every little idea. Okay. So let me just really quickly go through the basics of what a shadow is, why does it happen, where does it come from, how is it created? And if think you know what a shadow is, just keep your mind open. You might be surprised and you might learn something new. So a shadow is fundamentally a judgment, all right, about some quality of being, some quality of existence, like stupid, greedy, selfish, mean, weak. Those are dark shadows. And there's also light shadows, beautiful, smart, creative, successful, right? So basically, whatever pushes you, that's a dark shadow, or pulls you, that's a light shadow. Whatever pushes you or pulls you is a projection of some unreconciled part of your potential. Whatever pushes you or pulls you. And what you need to do is become trigger happy so that you know whenever you're pushed or pulled, triggered in any way, you feel jealous, you feel envious, you admire, or you're angry and you're reactive and you think they're bad and you're judging people. These are both an evidence, a projection of an unreconciled part of you, of a place where a circuit is broken. So now how this is created is when you grow up, you experience all of the qualities of life. They're all available for you. And then as you begin to explore them, explore yourself and express them, you get messages, literal messages from mommy, daddy, teacher, whatever, or you have experiences that tell you this is not okay. You're running naked and you're free and you have no shadow or judgment around nakedness and self-expression. And then your mom says, judge shames you and put your clothes on. What are you thinking? We have company or whatever. And you shut that part down. You label it as bad, dangerous, scary, wrong. And then you create a compensatory mask. You start to discover, well, what is the right way to be? I need to be normal, not weird or strange or naked. I need to be covered up, not exposed, right? Or you're very needy, a child before they learn, I want what I want it now. I want an Oompa Loompa, right? And then you get the message, stop being so selfish. Don't you care about what anybody else wants? And you're like, oh, I didn't know. and suddenly you get the message, bad to want what you want, bad to want all that you want. And so you should just want only just enough, or maybe even not want anything. And so you go through these experiences one by one until you separate out two piles. And you might even have the light shadow experience, which we're not going to really go into today, but where you're creating and you're making all these pictures, and then your mom or your dad looks at it and laughs and like, you should probably keep your attention on math, kid. Or the teacher goes, the kids laugh at you or something, and you get the message, I'm not creative. Or you dress up with makeup, or you put on a dress or clothes or whatever, and you feel beautiful. And then you get the message, you look stupid, you're ugly, or whatever. And it might not have any reflection of the truth. It could have been their jealousy, their fear. But now beautiful becomes a light shadow, creative becomes a light shadow, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So now again, you do this until you've separated the piles. One pile is the shadow, and this is what I am not. And then another pile is all the ways you had to create the ego identity, the mask. This is what I am. I am not selfish because that's bad. That gets me in trouble. I am selfless. I'm giving. I don't need anything from myself. I'm not needy. I'm I care about others' needs. Again, another kind of a selfless thing, right? Or I'm not weak. Big boys don't cry. I'm not weak. I'm strong. I'm not stupid because when I got the answer wrong, I got in trouble. I'm smart, so I'm driven to become smart, driven to be strong, driven to be good, driven to be given. And all these other parts of me are repressed into the shadow. So even though you repress that shadow, let's say stupid, you're still in a relationship with it. You're just resisting it. And the result is like resistance training, you push against it, and you develop the other compensatory muscle. So you strive to get smarter, 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 but no matter how smart you get, you'll never feel smart enough. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Or if you're pushing against selfish, no matter how much you give to everybody, it'll never be enough, right? Until you get resentful or it breaks you down. So whatever it is you're resisting it, you end up striving and growing your ability to be the opposite, often at your own expense or others. Okay. And as a result of these moments of judgment, you map out reality, your idea of the world and your identity, and you make decisions like, I'm not creative, or I'm not worthy, or if when you got it wrong, you felt inadequate, you couldn't be inadequate, you had to become worthy, you had to become strong. But deep down, I'm not worthy enough. I'm not creative enough. Or this world isn't safe. I can't be I'm not lovable in this world. I can't be stupid in this world. I can't make a mistake. So I have to do everything to get it right. Or if it feels like too hard, I'm not going to try to get it right. I'm just not going to try anymore. I'm going to find a way, make my life small enough so I can play it safe. So I don't have to risk getting it wrong, but I'm also not going to strive to get it right. Are you with me? And again, just see if you can feel and find yourself in here. Because you think you're just living in the world. No, you're living in the matrix of this map of reality. And you go through the world the first half of your life in resistance training. And yes, it does develop some muscles. It does develop some of your talents, gifts, and abilities. Some of you are really, really go-getters and doers, doers, doers. But that comes from a wound and a shadow of it's not okay to rest and to not do. If I don't do, it's going to fall apart. And so you have shadows and judgments, resting and not doing. You're lazy, you're irresponsible, it's dangerous. Or some people have the opposite, right? And then in the second half, if you're trying to grow and become free, which is where you all are now, if not, you might have been in this journey for a lot longer, you're really willing and ready to start discovering what are these places I've been rejecting and repressing. Whereas, by the way, all of your hidden talents, gifts, power, and genius are being locked up. And now to begin to open out a way to unlock these, integrate these, and bring them back on your team. And the most addictive or compulsive or sabotaging behaviors, as I already shared, are signs of the shadow, right? You're either compulsively doing something or not doing something. And again, the trick is it feels normal. Well, of course I'm working. I got to work all the time because I got to do what it takes to keep up. Or of course I'm not going for it yet. I'm not good enough yet. I need to wait till I'm good enough. I need to wait till I'm certain. I need to wait till I won't lose my money or fail. Anybody, does that sound normal? Because I want you to be honest. It does, of course. Why would I go for something until I'm certain? Why would I go for something until I have absolutely clarity and everything and all my ducks are lined up in a row? Well, first of all, because the ducks are never going to line up unless you're a mother duck. That's the first problem. But I want you just to notice that it sounds like common sense, but it's nonsense. It's not real, it's not true, and it's not helping, right? So there's areas where you're doing a lot of the right things and you're not getting the progress. That's where a shadow drive is controlling you. And so, like, let's say, for example, you're driven, and I'll just say this again, and you work so hard and you hardly give yourself a break. What do you think is driving you? Now, you might think, and many people will tell you, it's a desire for success or abundance, or it's the value of hard work. But if it's burning you out or not getting sustainable results without hurting you or other parts of your life, it is not the value of success that's driving you. It's the shadow of failure or some shadow like that. You're working so hard not for success. You're working so hard not to fail. You're working so hard not to accept that you're a failure, that you're a loser, or that you're lazy, good for nothing. Because that's what dad said, or that's just the message you got. You understand? You think you're being driven to make money or to be successful or to make a difference. But if it's not working or working sustainably, that's not the value driving you. The value driving you or the shadow is failure, loser, lazy, good for nothing, or something like that. And so you're working so hard to run away from that part of you. And here's the good news, bad news. You already are a failure. You already are a lazy, good for nothing. I knew it the minute I saw you. But that's not a problem. The problem is not that you're broken and unworthy and inadequate and a loser and a failure. The problem is you think those are problems, that those are bad. Well, if you have a battery and you have a positive charge and a negative charge, which one is the good charge? Which one should you plug in? You see? Try plugging it in with just the positive charge. You're going to get nothing. Try wiring your electricity that way, and you'll get nothing, or worse, maybe you'll burn your house down. These are not negative in the bad, in the judgmental sense. Okay? And we'll talk a little further, but you have to learn to embrace all of those. Conversely, for those of you that are not doing the things you want, and you have you rationalized it, in other words, rationalize for why you can't right now, why you shouldn't, you're telling yourself, I'm just preparing, right? I'm waiting for the right moment or whatever, right? And you think it's being responsible, you think you're being patient, you think it's care, you're being careful, full of care. You think that's what's driving you, but that's not it at all. Deep down, you believe you're inadequate. You believe you're not enough. You're trying again to protect yourself from feeling and facing the failure or the loser, or, which we'll get to, the values conflicts, the fear that you're going to lose something. If I go for it, I'm going to get, somebody's going to attack me for being unique and different. They're going to attack me. My life will be in danger. I'll lose my safety. I'll lose my privacy. And so you don't act, but you have a good reason, and the world will even agree with you. Oh yeah, you should be responsible. You should be certain. You should make sure and you should make sure you're confident, then go. You should not go if you're afraid and uncertain. You should make sure that it's the right thing. All of that is a hypnotic spell based on these shadows. Okay? So the old paradigm is about improving and improving and improving to get what you until you get what you want, or waiting and waiting and waiting until you feel good enough or you have the right condition. But the next level you're seeking is not about improving or about waiting, but about embracing and integrating the thing that you've been trying not to be, the thing you've been trying so hard to get away from or to avoid. Okay. And most people don't understand this. They only focus on trying to fix, change, heal, improve, or wait to feel good enough, wait for the condition to be right. And so they're either driving uphill with their brakes on, or they've pulled over to the side of the highway and they're like, I'm just going to wait till the traffic stops and then I'll go. Right. So again, raise your hand or post in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Just listen, think about how many times you told yourself, well, I just can't go yet because I'm not sure, I'm not certain, I'm not confident. I need to get it all in a row. I want to make sure it's the right thing. How many times have you been just going, going, going and afraid to stop? Afraid it's all going to fall apart, believing you're holding it all together. And I went through this with my dad. Growing up, my dad was successful, and the more successful he got, the more negative things happened. So I began to associate success with pain. And then we got a bigger house, but then there were more fights about money. He told me I could never be successful as an artist. They lived below the poverty line. And then we lost our house. And so all of this wealth and success and the masculine, it all got associated with pain and shame and guilt, and this belief that money and business and success were somehow antithetical to my heart's desires to be creative, to be connected, to feel loved and to love, to be spiritual. So that all became a shadow. And I lived much more in my feminine. And my dad seemed mean and uncaring and insensitive, aggressive, selfish, stingy, etc. Right? And basically, I rejected that. And then I became a starving artist right on time. Until I had to survive and raise a family, I had to reintegrate all of these masculine qualities again, right? And I realized that, right now, it's especially, you think about the world, people look at the rich and the successful, and they don't trust them. They must be greedy. They must have cheated the system. It's all just coded in this shadowy, dark, smoky back room feeling. That's all shadow. That doesn't mean people aren't doing bad things, but that has nothing to do with actual wealth and success and your ability to do it. But we've got so much baggage around it, so much shadow, as I did. And so I had to reintegrate the aggressive, the abusive, the controlling, the dominating. And I did not become a mean son of a bitch. I embraced my mean son of a bitch, and I had more power, more capacity to do what needed to be done and to do it consistently, to create structures, to say yes to my yes and be a welcome mat instead of a doormat. Who here wants to be that? Who wants to have the power to be a welcome mat, but not a doormat? To love your neighbor, but not have to take their shit. Okay? You can have both, right? You can throw away your wishbone and have a backbone. All right? You can be a bitch for God, a bitch for love, right? You can be a lawyer for love. You got to learn to embrace the polarities. And I want this so badly for you because it's increasingly confusing out there. There's so many mind viruses that are telling us, that are either driving us to be rich and wealthy from a negative shadow place or driving us to reject wealth and success from a shadow place. And you have to be the one that gets clear because it's going to get the fog of war and confusion out there. If you're not clear and you can't fly by your own instrument panel, it's going to be very, very hard to get off the ground and to stay afloat. Okay. So let's take a moment to go a little further here and look at what your shadows are. And then I'm going to share something else with you after that. And then we're going to get into coaching. And again, write your questions down. We're going to have time for that. I know I'm giving you a lot. I just, in the little time I have with you today, I want to give as much as I can in case I never hear from you again. At least you'll be able to say, Uncle Derek told me. Okay. So here's an example. If and I'm going to go through some of those symptoms, and if you resonate with these, you can see what might be in there. So, for example, let's say you lack clarity on your real purpose or goals. If that's you, if there's any way in which you lack clarity on your purpose or goals, ask right now, what am I afraid would happen if I had crystal clarity? If I had to therefore take action, what am I afraid would happen? And if you resonate with this, post in the chat. Okay, and Joe's jumping ahead, but that's good. So I would have to take action. And what am I afraid would happen if I took that action? Feel into it right now. Like I would fail, I might lose money, I might look stupid, I might go broke. So I want you to feel into the lack of clarity. People always say it's one of the biggest things. I just don't have clarity. I've tried, I've tried, I've tried. And you just keep trying to get clarity. But understand behind a chronic lack of clarity is the fear of clarity. Because you used to be clear. There was a moment in your life early on, you had it and you said yes to it and you got smacked upside the head because of it. You clearly went for what you wanted. You spoke your voice, you spoke your truth, and you got the message not okay. You might have gotten punished. You might have made a mistake and then got humiliated. So understand there was a moment when knowing who you are and what you want and what your voice was right there. And then something happened. And so it's not that you didn't have the ability, it's that you were afraid of knowing. And so not only did you repress it, you told yourself you didn't know it anymore. And this is a core wound. A core wound is when you must lie. You must believe a lie about yourself in order to survive. And so it's not the lack of clarity, it's the fear of what will happen if you have it, which means you'll have to act on it, which means you'll have to speak up, raise your voice, speak your truth, follow your heart, and then you'll fail, you'll get judged, you'll get rejected, you'll lose, you'll go broke. And so the shadow is failure, loser, stupid, idiot, broke ass, whatever it is. You want to feel into what's the judgment? What would I be afraid of being judged as if I had the clarity and I went for it? And one person said I'd be a show off. So that would be on the other side, is if I went for it and it worked, if I got really wealthy and successful and big, what am I afraid people, my family would think about me? They'll think I'm arrogant or selfish. What feel into that right now? I know for me, when I was shining and shining, my dad seemed to be more and more angry at me. And one day I asked my mom, why is dad so angry at me? And she said, he's intimidated by your intelligence. So guess what I proceeded to do as this little kid? In a very short order, I started getting D's and failing in school. Because I also had that experience when I got all straight A's and my friends around me are like, "What'd you get on your report card, man?" "I got a C." And I'm like, A? And I could feel them pulling away from me. So being successful, shining wasn't okay. I lost my friends. I lost my dad. My siblings were intimidated. I wanted love. So shining, I was either arrogant or I was a show off or I was too much. And it was also a values conflict, which I'll get to in a moment. So again, we're not going for perfection here. I just want you to start to feel these inner pockets of judgment as they bubble up. Or maybe you're afraid to ask for what you want. What are you afraid people would do or think about you if you just asked for what you wanted? No holds barred. Post that in the chat. If you just asked for what you wanted, what would people think about you? What are you afraid you'd be judged as? And really feel it. This isn't just a futile exercise. Feel the sting of it. I'd be greedy. I'd be selfish. Ugh. Why would I ever do that? That feels terrible. Understand your mind moves towards pleasure and away from pain. It's biological. And so if there's pain associated, you're not going to want to move towards that. Or what about where you might struggle, those of you that are professionals, in charging something for your work or charging what you're worth? What are you afraid people are going to think about you? What do you already believe about people who charge a lot for their work? Does that mean they're uncaring, they're selfish, they're greedy, it's unspiritual? Again, feel into that. Post that in the chat. And it's okay if you have some positive things. That's great. I mean, you don't have to have a shadow around every single one of these. So some of you see that as brave. Now, what you could be seeing is people that charge what they're worth. Wow, they're so brave, but you don't. And so that means there's a light shadow in there for you. If you admire people with certain things, then you have the light shadow, which is I somewhere along the line you rejected or got the message you weren't good enough or whatever, or just our kind of people, our family, we're not those kind. You got the message, I'm not brave, I'm not smart, I'm not abundant, I'm not good at success or money or whatever. So those are light shadows. So if you're not currently making enough to live a quality life, if you are jealous or sad about other people's success or overly admiring, I want to take a moment now and just unpack a little more what might be some of the judgments in there. And we did a little bit of this on the other class, but I want to do it again. And I want you to be honest. And I want you to keep feeling into the answer. Just excavate, excavate. Don't overthink it. And you just want to do a sentence completion here. Rich people are. Really rich people are. What's that first thing that comes up? Don't, yeah, good. Some of you scum of the earth. And some of you are like fabulous. That's great. Multi-billionaire moguls are. First thought, abusers, miserable. Multi-billionaires, people with tens of billions are. Super successful. Yeah, we got evil. Super successful people are. Capitalism is. I want you to look in the chat and see what's coming through there. This is not just individual judgments. This is giving you a blueprint. We could do like one of those cloud, whatever they're called, with all the different, and you could see a collective map of belief here. And you wonder why it's so difficult. People with lots and lots of material possessions and property are. big heads of the biggest companies and empires and fortunes are. Yeah, and if anything else comes up, like you just want to write out capitalism is, money is the root of all evil. I mean, this is where these things came from. Psychopaths, yeah. Big superstars, sports, media, whatever, big superstars are, and I know I'm going quick 'cause I want to get to the coaching part and stuff. The really wildly successful people are, yeah, big superstars are shallow, ignorant. And again, just feel what you're feeling. Just don't think about it and keep searching. You can say it again. And I'll just post some of these in the chat as prompts. I know they're going to go by really fast because people are posting so much, but it's there in the chat. And just notice it's not clean. And also notice how often in your life and others around you think these things and say these things like they're the truth. Well, of course, Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or whoever, or Trump or Biden or whoever is the people, whatever people, superstars, P. Diddy, whatever. And again, I'm not saying that there aren't people that are doing really terrible, dastardly things. We're looking at how this is so prevalent. We have so much judgment and we think we're right. We think we're seeing clearly. And sometimes we might be, but that's not the problem. The problem is this is literally showing you the matrix, the organization of the matrix. And if there's anything in there where you have a judgment, where rich, successful, billionaires, moguls, capitalism, whatever, is terrible, ugly, evil, blah, blah, blah. Please note, forget what it actually is, because we don't really know. And forget that we can make a case for where bad things happen because of. What it's showing you is that you've got these shadows. Now, let's just take a moment. And these shadows are judgments, and these judgments are broken circuits. And that means if you want to be wealthy and successful and to be all that you're meant to be, and why not you? Why shouldn't you be a superstar in your area? Why not? Why not you? There's lots of people out there you do love and admire, Jesus and Buddha and Gandhi, and maybe your favorite pop star or author or leader. Why not you? And I'm not even saying that is your dharma, but you want to become so integrated that if it be so, let's go. Yes? And so you want to embody and never, who would have thought that in order to allow me to be more successful, to be wealthy, healthy, happy, and a superstar, I would have to actually work on embracing my stupid, ugly, evil, son of a bitch, terrible, capitalist pig self. Like, who would have thunk? But I'm telling you, it's the polarity. And I'm going to get to in a moment again why that is so. But just real quick, I want you to take a moment. There's so much more I want to give you today, but I'm going to give it to you all at the end. You'll see. But I hope you're getting like, whoa, there's a lot of juice here. There's a lot available to me here. And not only that, but you can see everybody else around you in the chat, and you can realize, man, we're walking around in a house of mirrors and shadows, and you wonder why people are crazy, right? And the world is so mixed up. And remember, the shadow isn't destroyed. The energy is never destroyed. It's being projected. So the world is a mirror, and all of your shadows are getting projected out there, and all of theirs are getting projected on you. And then everybody's trying to control and change their own shadow, so that we're shadow dancing and shadow boxing, and we don't even realize it's our unreconciled, rejected, denied parts of us that we're putting outside of us. And then for those people that are not more conscious, they take on that shadow. We end up being attracted to that individual that matches our shadow. That's what actually attracts us. And then it's the very thing that causes the most conflict. So, can you see the value of actually integrating and healing these shadows? You can become unstoppable. I've sat with mothers who have murdered their children. I've sat with billionaires and moguls and people on the street and people that were dying and all of this stuff. And because of having done this work, I've been attacked for being the devil. I've been attacked on all manner of things and gone through all manner of things. And if it wasn't for the fact that I had done so much integrating when people were projecting on me or I was in danger of projecting onto the world, I was able to hold all of that energy and let it circulate and let it become a blessing instead of another curse. I was able to hold that and help people to make rapid and sometimes instant transformations because in this field that I generate, there isn't the judgment. And so people can truly be seen for who they are. And so that's what's possible here. That's what's possible with you. Take a moment right now and just think about your big awakened wealth goal, your big goal for the next 90 days or year. Just take a moment, feel into that. And if you're teachers, coaches, authors, entrepreneurs, creators, I'm telling you, when you get this and you incorporate all of this shadow work within the wealth work, man, you're going to be able to create and facilitate and lead and hold like nobody's business. So just look at your big goal and just for a minute ask, what am I afraid is going to happen if I actually commit to this and go for this totally? What am I afraid is going to happen if I go for this totally? Tell the truth. I'm going to waste a bunch of money. I'm going to lose money. I'm going to fail. Because let me tell you, if you're not living it and breathing it every day in every way, there is some part of you that doesn't trust it, that is afraid of something. I'm going to burn out my body again. And if that condition happens, what will I be afraid people will judge me or I'll judge myself? I was naive. I was stupid. I was unworthy. Just notice. I just want you to get a little bit more specific. And also just notice if in all of these questions, there's a few shadows that keep coming up. That's how you start to home in on what is the ones that are most ready to be integrated. And okay, I'm just going to go a little quicker now, but I want you to understand also, again, a little more deeply that these shadows, that I want you to understand how something seemingly negative is so good. For example, the stupid shadow. I used to have the stupid shadow, so I wouldn't raise my hand. Or when I was a coach, I was afraid to really go for it because I didn't want to be asked a question I wouldn't have the answer to anybody. And as I embraced the stupid shadow, and that doesn't mean turning the stupid shadow into a smart shadow. It means I'm stupid. I'm going to embrace it. And as I integrated that, which I'll tell you how we're going to do that, as I integrated that whole stupid shadow, I didn't become more stupid. I became a student again. I was able to keep the part of me before I knew anything, so that it was okay to not know anything. And I was able to ask any question. It didn't faze me one bit if I looked stupid. So that was the first gift. I was free. But then here's the kicker. Here's where the hidden power lies. All of a sudden, I would be coaching and I would suddenly have access to knowledge and wisdom and seeing and knowing that I had no business knowing, that I had never learned. But because I didn't care if I was right or wrong, I could have access to it and I could share it. And suddenly I could see people's lives. I could see their astrology charts. I could see all these hidden parts of them. And in minutes, I could help them to unlock things in their life that could have taken them years. People that were in therapy for 20 years, in one day, I was able to unlock what they'd never been able to see. And I didn't have to know anything about them except what I was learning in the moment. Suddenly, embracing the stupid instead of having to be smart and have the answer opened me up to all the answers that I needed and more than I ever earned. Are you picking up what I'm putting down there? When I learned to embrace my unworthy self, not to make him more worthy, but to actually realize no matter what I accomplish, no matter what I achieve, I will always be infinitely unworthy compared to what is infinitely in potential. I'll never not be unworthy. And I'm also profoundly worthy, but I'll never not also be profoundly unworthy. And as I embraced my unworthiness, instead of it being a hole, it became something that was holy. It became the space through which the divine could come through finally. God, if God could talk, God would say, "Thank God you finally let me in. You've been spending your whole life trying to be good enough and worthy, and you've missed the whole point. You can never be worthy compared to who I am in the midst of you. But if you just let go and embrace, I of myself am nothing, now I have access to infinity. It's in the hole, it's in the crack where the light comes through." And so unworthy and worthy are not opposites, they're allies. They make a circuit where there's a never-ending awakening and expanding and unfolding of potential. So again, I could go on and on and on, but this is true with every single part, no matter what. There's no such thing as bad parts. So now I want to just briefly, and we're not going to have time today to go over it, but I want to also help you see what's called a values conflict. And so these are always often connected to shadows or they come before the shadow. But basically what this is that these values we're talking about, they get miswired in you. And so you have one, you value wealth and success, but based on your experiences growing up, as like with mine, wealth and success seemed to equal losing something else you valued, like love or safety or health or family or creativity. And so because I valued those things more, I still valued wealth and success, but it created a conflict, a sibling rivalry, a house divided. And I would start to get successful and then I would sabotage it. And then I would feel relieved because I didn't have to have that pressure and I could just meditate and do my art. I was still broke, and I was like, but then I would have this, something wasn't right and I didn't want to be broke. I wanted to be successful. And so I'd go for it again. And then just on the verge of success, something would happen or I would slow down or do something that sabotaged and bring myself back to the other value. And then I would tell myself, well, at least I've still got this. Anybody know what I'm talking about? And so there's a values conflict. These values are not mutually exclusive, but in your mind, they've been wired that way. So again, we're not going to be able to go through it all today. I do talk about this in some of the other videos, and I'm going to tell you about how I can help. We're going to go through these step by step, value by value, shadow by shadow, and rewire these. But I'll just tell you this. When I finally saw that wealth, success were opposed to family, love, connection, spirituality, art, and I rewired them, it sounded something like this in my mind. The more successful and wealthy I become, the deeper my connection is to my heart and my art and my loved ones. And the more I love and create from this most authentic place, the more inspired and the more powerfully I succeed and manifest wealth. And now those values were not opposed. they were now a circuit. They now supported each other. More wealth and success equals more love and connection, more spiritual awakening, and more spiritual awakening, love, and connection equals more inspiration and more motivation for more wealth and success. And I couldn't get enough. Right now, it's a circuit that is self-renewing and generating. Are you getting this? Post in the chat if you're resonating with what I'm saying and you feel the excitement of it, even if, yes, there's still a lot more we can say here. Obviously, I can't teach it all to you in an hour or two. But as you can see, probably I'm giving you more than you imagined you might get. This is not just a bunch of filler and buffer, kind of stuff. This is not just a marketing spiel. I'm really giving you the goods. And if you'll allow me for a moment before we jump into the coaching, where I'm going to answer your questions. So again, be writing those questions down. I want to make sure you get this. As I said, it's one thing to get an inspiration and an insight and all of that, and that's beautiful. And I hope you've gotten some of those. But if you really want to prepare yourself and lay the foundation so that you can reconnect all these circuits, values conflicts, shadows, so that you're not working against yourself and in some senses, your own worst enemy, so that you can really get on your own side, so you can no longer be a house divided, so you can use the full life force that is within you according to your unique purpose, your seed pattern, and create your life like a laser, being able to create that life and that dream or that business or whatever that mission is abundantly, and to be so rooted in that no matter what's coming down the pike in our economy with technology and all the craziness in the world, that you will be unstoppable and unshakable because you will have built this engine of manifestation that becomes a habit that puts your healing and your growth on pretty much automatic. If you want that, you need to give me some time to walk you through this step by step so you put the right things in the right order so I can work with you each individually in this experience to make sure it's clear, to work through all of this, to have that clear goal, that money or wealth blueprint mapped out, and then build the inner habits, the inner machine, so that we can, again, put your wealth and your creativity and your manifestation on autopilot. If you want that, could you please indulge me for a moment so I can share a little bit about what that is? It's only happening once this year, and it's probably not going to happen again next year because I have a new book coming out, A Whole New Human, which is all about how we need to evolve to survive and thrive in this AI world, in this high tech, low touch world. I'm going to share more about that for you that are in this journey with me. But because that's coming out next year, that's going to be my focus. So again, for the next couple of years, I won't be doing this most likely. So if you want this kind of support, if you feel that urgency of emergence and you're ready to really make this real in your life, let me just share with you briefly what's in this program. And again, everything you've heard me talk about this week or today, I'm going to help you understand and snap out of the 5 hypnotic wealth spells. I'm going to help you to master the 7 awaken or wealth activators or channels of circulation. You're going to identify each one. We're going to work on each one until each one is circulating fully. I'm going to take you through the process of uncovering these wealth shadows and values conflicts and repairing all those circuits. So you'll have all of this repaired circuitry. You'll have all of the channels of circulation. You'll have a clear goal, and you'll have a life that is designed to support you in manifesting it. You see how all of that comes together? And this is the magic of this program, which is that it's not just transformational and inspirational, but it's very practical. Okay. We're going to look very specifically at your habits, at your money, at your goals, and look under the rocks to where all the stuff has been hiding that's been holding you back. And I'll just share a few more examples of and then we'll get in if you want to put that in put the link in the chat. We'll go over that. But this is what Heidi said. My wealth goal for 40 days was 9,250, and I ended up drawing to me 10,200 from a whole new channel I did not have before. And this is from Lisa Michelle. Here's the result I'll have in the bank by tomorrow. $10,593.44. Very specific. Woohoo! Happy dance. Thank you, Derek, for this work and all the energy from everyone in the group. Derek has accelerated my evolution. He helped me to clarify my vision and channel my efforts. As a result, I have 2 illustrated books that are already being published, and that's George. I'm so much happier now. I've just begun to expand. The total amount of money that's come into my life unexpectedly since I began the program is around $25,000. That's Rachel Hiller. Again, there's a whole bunch of these on the sales page. I'm not going to go through them all, just for those of you that don't like to read. But I'm going to share with you real quickly what's in this program. And again, it's a step-by-step journey that is both transformational. I'll be doing a lot of quantum healing through the whole journey. And it's also very, very practical. So you're going to learn very specifically. This is about real world results. It's not just about being inspired and feeling good. You're going to feel good, but you're actually going to do good and make things happen. So really quickly here, hopefully you can see my screen. And these are some of the results you're going to get. This is the page you guys will have. So financial empowerment, more peace and confidence, embracing your true purpose, attracting rich and meaningful relationships, enhancing creativity and motivation, becoming more resilient and adaptable. And again, you can go to this page and you can look at this. But I want to specifically show you this is not just a simple program in the sense of I'm just giving you one thing. I want you to see I'm giving you everything you'll need in order to get these kinds of results that people are getting. So the first thing is you're going to get the entire Awaken Wealth Mastery System. And this is the entire original system that normally goes for almost $2,000. If you want to go get that on my site for $2,000, you're free to do that. People have bought that many, many times. That used to be the only way people got it. $2,000 for that. And as you can see, the little arrow, that means you're not going to pay anything for that. You're also going to get 5-week live Awaken Wealth coaching and activation program. So it's actually more than 5. It's a total of 8 weeks. And you're going to get with me personally, not with my coaches. I'm going to be there coaching you one-on-one, week after week, deep diving into all these things, lots and lots of one-on-one facilitation, way more than we're even doing on these calls. So you're going to get my personal attention every single week for a couple of months, all right? Where we're going to work through all of these steps I'm talking about. You're also going to get an in-depth workshop, integration workshop, where we're going to go through charging what you're worth, making a living doing what you love, manifesting more money or anything. We'll go through the 25 ways to manifest more and a whole spring cleaning experience around limited money beliefs. So this is all about integrating, and we're also going to focus on a few of these very specific things like how do you really charge what you're worth? How do you really make a living doing what you love? You're also going to get quantum healing from me every single day for this entire 2-month period. And people pay me tens of thousands of dollars as private clients to get this kind of quantum healing work. And without going into all of what it is, just understand you don't have to worry about it. I'm not putting a bunch of energy in you. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm going into the field where we are all connected. And because we're all connected, we're all quantumly entangled. All of those limited mind viruses, those limited belief patterns that we've been talking about today, the hypnotic spells, the false beliefs that are not yours, they're universal, but they act like mind viruses and they feel like they're yours. But they're universal, they're not yours. So I'm going into the field and I'm clearing those every day for you. I'm going down person by person, clearing those. And what that's doing, again, it's clearing where they're hooked into you. And the result is people talk about having more energy, seeing light, being able to take this work all the way through. Again, this is part of why people have all these huge demonstrations. A debt is eliminated, And although I cannot promise any specific result, many people have had healings, physical healings that have been lasting for a long time and nothing, could solve them. So it's whatever, as these restrictions and constrictions are removed, then the energy flows again for you. And whatever is needed for your next step, for your regeneration, that's where it will flow to. Okay. There's also going to be, though, there's the whole Awaken Wealth Mastermind where you'll be connected with people. You can connect 24/7. You can tag me, get support. So this is layered so that even if you can't make it to all the live classes, that's okay. Even if you can't make it to any, you're going to have so much else to focus on, and you're going to be in this field of healing. And I've had people that weren't in any classes, and they would put their questions before classes. They would get the answer on the class. They'd watch the replay, and they still got the results. You're going to be going through the work on your own on one hand, and if you need it, you're going to be coming to class and getting coaching around each step of the process, and you're going to be getting the quantum healing. Just you can just soak in it and bathe in it. You're going to have support from all of your fellow journeyers in this in the mastermind, and you're going to get access to a whole lot more, as you're going to see in a minute. So however, whatever you need, at whatever level you can engage, you're going to get what you need. That's the way this is designed. And so that first part is about $4,500 in value, real value, no, nothing puffed up or made up. You're also going to get the prosperity playground with my best friend and a shaman and a healer who has healed himself of cancer 3 times and has healed many other people and helped many other people around the world. And he's going to be doing this every day live, the prosperity playground. If you need it and as you need it, you're going to have access to these high frequency coded calls where he's going to be sharing meditations and practices to deepen and awaken the wealth principles and to activate these higher attractor patterns. So you could show up in the morning, get that burst, go do your work or whatever you need, study the stuff, get on a call later with me if that's a call. So you can just build a practice with this. And that's the key. It fits into busy lives. It fits into whatever your life. And I'm going to show you how to build a practice that, again, allows you to become activated and integrated and to become an attractor pattern that is in alignment with your real pattern, your real purpose. So this is going to serve that. And people love this. You're also going to get a free ticket to my next 3-day immersive event, Live Your Life's Work, where you're going to have all of this work you've done on wealth and circulation. And then I'm going to take you right to the heart of your life code. What are you really made for? What are you really made of? How do you uncover it? And how do you create it? And how do you launch it to the world to make a living doing what you love? Especially, as I said, in this world where AI is going to start doing everything a human can do better, faster, cheaper. How do you become irreplaceable? This event alone is worth more than the cost of this program. This event alone has changed so many lives. You're going to get that for free. Okay. You're also going to get an additional 60 days. Ask me anything, ask Derek anything. So I'm going to be with you for a while, supporting you. I'm not just going to give you a bunch of information and say, see ya. I'm committed. This program is not making me a lot of money, just so you know. This program is my mission. And as I told people on the last call, I was literally in prayer the night before, just in tears. And I just felt so much love. And I turned to my wife and I said, all I want to do is just love. All I want to do is just help people. I don't want to care anymore about the outcomes of things. I just want to be of service. Now, of course, I have to keep my lights on. I have to pay my team. It's hard to be a light in the world if you can't pay your light bill. But I just want you to feel and know energetically, I'm really here for you. I'm really here to serve you. What is my greatest joy is helping individuals to awaken to their true identity, their true divinity, and their real destiny, and helping you to fulfill it. There is no greater joy for me. And so I'm going to be here trying to help you do that as much as I possibly can, just so you know. Now, on top of all this, And again, I want you to take time if you need it to look at these. I'm going to give you some of my very best-selling programs. Again, these are real prices. Emergence, which started it all, to $2,000 program. I'm going to give that to you for free. It's a deep dive program. You don't have to do it all right now. Self-Mastery Accelerator. I'm going to give you that for free. That's about really mastering yourself. The Thought Leader Blueprint, that whole deep dive program, I'm going to give it to you for free. And Journaling Mastery, which is a deep dive set, I think it's a 14-day journey to master how to use writing and journaling to increase and activate, and magnify all the results you'll be getting in this program. I'm going to give you that for free. So that's almost $10,000 in real programs, step by step by step, designed to get you from wherever you are right now to that next level of money mastery, of wealth and abundance, of launching your business or whatever that might be, to build the inner wealth and abundance machine so that it starts to become automatic. It becomes a habit. And to heal these lies and limited beliefs that have been sabotaging your success so that you can put more and more of your attention on living a life of thriving and not just surviving. Who here wants that? Okay. So this is what this is about, so that you can become a light in the world. That's my bigger mission here, is to get you so self-sourced, so self-reliant, to have such sovereignty and agency that you are pointed in the direction of your destiny and that you have all the resourcefulness you need to live it, so that together we can create a world that works for the highest good of all. So go ahead and check out that page if you need it. And again, instead of $10,000, it's $697 for the entire 2 months. Really, it ends up being 3 or 4 months with the Ask Derek Anything. I dare you to find anything out there less. Usually they're $2,000 for something like this, minimum. And you can get started today for just $197. And that's all you need to get started. And the whole purpose is by being in the program, you don't have to worry about where you're going to be a month from now. You're going to be developing and activating the abundance to be able to pay for whatever you need the next month. So all you need right now to get started, if you need to, is 197. And that's like the cost of a cup of coffee and a scone at Starbucks for a month. And believe me, one other way to think about it is not just the cost of something. This has been one of the hacks for me, which is, but instead to think about what has it cost me to not understand and master this? What does it already cost you to not really have a mastery around wealth, abundance, success? What does it cost you to not really understand this, to not know what your shadows and your values conflicts are? How has it burned you out rather, slowed you down or stopped you? What does it cost you in terms of lost opportunity? What does it cost you in terms of health and well-being? I guarantee it's cost you way, way, way more. And what's it going to cost you in the future? This is what I use for me to get me moving. And when you tell the truth about that, you'll see it's way riskier to stay the same. If you're resonating, and we've been here now for 2 hours, and if you're still listening, you are resonating. If you're still listening, this is speaking to you. And so that means you already know what you want. You already know that this work can support you. It's not even about me anymore. It's about what you're resonating with. And so if you understand that, then you can begin to see it's way more risky to stay in our comfort zone. It costs us way more than having the courage to step outside of our comfort zone and to invest not down to the lowest common denominator. We are habituated to invest only to our comfort, our security, our convenience. But when you learn to invest up to your vision and your highest values, that's when you open the channels of what you've been waiting for. because what you've been waiting for, you've been waiting with, and you've been holding it back, and you've been weighing it down. So you have to learn. Everybody gets the same currency every day, but not everybody invests it the same. And every time I've been willing to invest up to my highest vision, to my highest values, and step into that, like in the movie Indiana Jones, crossing that chasm, that the leap of faith or the path of God, every time I've been willing to do that, the invisible bridge becomes visible beneath my feet. And if you keep doing the things you're doing now, the way you've been doing it from the same place, no matter how hard you work, you can't have more than you have now. Okay? So hopefully that's made sense. And if you have any questions about this, I want to hear from you in the chat or raise your hand. And I'll put this in there again, just in case. I think Gideon already put it in there, but I'll put the link in there again. Again, this isn't happening now for at least a couple more years. And again, with everything that's coming right now, now's the time to prepare to lay a foundation for financial freedom, for long-term success and sustainability. And that's what we're going to work on step by step in this program. Give me one quick second while I just adjust my screen, and then I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm just going to close this and lower my desk. Give me one second, everybody. All right. I've been standing that whole 2 hours, so I just figured I'd sit down here. And also, there's also no risk. You have a total money back guarantee. If you join today, I think you can go, you can get in, you can start looking around, you can get a bunch of free tools in the toolbox. You can, you'll be able to get the other replays in the meantime. And then you'll be able to get on the first call, get the whole success blueprint, get my coaching and support. And if you still don't, you'll be inside the modules and all that. And if you still don't love it, if you're still not certain, you even have like another 48 hours after that. So from here till when we do that, it's at least a week or more. You'll probably closer to 2 weeks. And you'll get your money back. So there's nothing to risk. So the practice here, one last thing I'll say about not just for here, but for anywhere, is most of the time we feel the resonance for something and we take a step or two towards it. And then we hit our threshold or we hit what's called learned helplessness. And it feels like it's a wall. And so we stop. But actually, we could have taken one or two or three more steps in the direction of what we wanted. And that's where the channels open. Like I used the example the other day, they've done this in tests. They put a barracuda or whatever, a flesh-eating fish in a tank, put a glass partition, had their food on the other side. And the fish went up, bumped up against the glass so many times, it finally fell back and it just stopped trying. And then they removed the glass. And the fish, when it got hungry, it would swim up to where the glass was, look at its food, and then go back to the corner and do that until it starved to death. There was no wall there. It could have taken a few more steps and it would have eaten. And there's many examples of this. And so in our life, we've been trained or hypnotized to stop way, way short because it feels like we can't. So for example, people here, oh, let me just see. People here, by the way, guys, if there's a lot of very specific administrative questions, Gideon, just take it into a private message so it's not, unless it's something that will apply to everybody. So it doesn't kind of convolute the chat. So everybody here that's still here could go to the page, look at the page, consider it, click, open up the cart, fill everything out. Now this is an analogy. You can do all of those steps and never submit it, and that's fine. But if you don't take those steps because you've already decided I can't, or for some other reason, what if it doesn't work for me, or I've tried so many things and I'm afraid, or I don't want to be disappointed, all these reasons why we hold ourselves back, which is really saying, I'm saying no to life, I'm saying no to my yes, I'm just giving up, or I'm going to wait until I feel better, which will be never, because it's you that's generating that feeling. If you do that here, how you do anything is how you do everything. So in your life, there's all of
Okay.
these opportunities where,
Yes.
oh, hold on, let me mute you. There's all these opportunities where you start and then you don't ask enough, you don't ask enough places or people, you stop at a certain point, or you start a thing and then you stop because you think you can't or don't have time, or whatever the reason, you don't even see you stopped short, many steps short of as far as you could have gone. And if you had taken all the steps you really could, there would be a shift. You would suddenly activate momentum because it's the wall is not really there. And on the other side of that seeming wall is where the buried treasure is. And if you're not understanding this, please raise your hand. Let me make sure it's clear, because it's not some trick. This is not some manipulative marketing thing to get you to buy anything. I'm wanting you to understand a principle that I apply to myself all the time. Mostly where we stop about what we want to go to, what we want to get, we stop short many steps that we could take, and we don't take them, and we wonder why nothing happens. And so as a practice, try it out. There's nothing to risk. Go take all the steps you can take today, all the way, if you think you can afford it, all the way up to filling everything out, and just notice what happens. Again, nobody's gonna reach out of the screen and grab your credit card, I promise. And even if you accidentally submitted it, you can just get a refund. So, but take the steps and watch what happens. Watch how you're like, oh my God, I don't trust this, or what's his trick, or ooh, I feel nauseous, or whatever. If you take all the steps that every single one of you can. And the reason I say this is I've seen it happen so many times. People, first of all, they don't trust me, then they try it either now or later, and then suddenly they get all the way and they fill everything out, and they suddenly have an inspiration, and they suddenly start thinking, huh, I wonder if there is a way I could. And then suddenly all these new ideas open up, and then suddenly they start writing ideas down, and then suddenly they make a call to somebody, and then suddenly they have money, and they're like, holy shit, how did that happen? Whereas 3 steps ago there was no way, and all of a sudden there is. And so what I want you to see is it's an illusion that you're snapping out of. And if you the moment you have that experience where you're telling yourself, I can't afford it, or whatever, and then you have the experience shortly after of I can, you bust an illusion, you bust learned helplessness, and you realize you're lying to yourself. And that is not a bad day. That is a liberation day. You're like, well, where else am I telling myself it's not possible or I can't? And you start to look for where can I take more steps that I've been holding myself back? And that's where things really start to open up. And of course, we're going to get really into that in the program, but this moment is already the program. The moment you have to actually take action, because action is your true religion. Action. What's on your credit card, you're in your conversations, on your calendar, or in your bank statement. That's your real religion, folks. Not just the words you think or say or want, but what you do. And if you're willing to take action in line with your highest vision, faith without works is dead, but aligned action with your deepest values and vision, that's the open sesame that starts to allow this abundance to flow. It starts to reconnect the circuitry. Again, we're going to get much more into it. I just wanted to give you that last piece. And let me just double check if there's anything I need to answer in the chat, and I'm going to open up for questions. Okay, I see Gideon's handling some of these things. And of course, I want to hear if you have any questions, concerns, feedback, pushback about the program, and so that I can answer those for sure. But let's go ahead and go. And I'm going to make sure I get the people I haven't gotten to on the last call. I don't think I talked to Nancy. Let's go to Nancy. Hello, my dear. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Are you sure you want to start with me, Derek? Because I just hit the mother load. I was on your seminar on Thursday, right?
It's
And
great.
it
Wait,
is
Thursday or was it Monday?
no, it was
Friday.
just the
Friday.
last couple of
Friday. Was it
Friday,
Thursday?
right?
Friday. Anyways.
Friday. It was the day before my birthday.
Yeah.
And so I get all what you're doing. I'm spiritual visionary. I've been a grandmother of the organic movement, an accomplished giver, a
Awesome.
rotor rooter spiritual being. Okay, I'm a rotor rooter, not afraid. But and I now I'm broke. I broke my leg. I'm broken down. Like I said, I've hit the mother load. Okay. However, in the few days that I just started, you know, toward this, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like, I have hit so much hatred, loathing, dread, resistance, so much baggage. I
Inside
can't,
of you, you mean?
it's, yeah, a
Yeah.
resistance even to moving ahead with this.
Yes.
I feel totally stuck. I know what I need to do. I feel paralyzed and stuck, even to embrace what you're talking about.
Yes.
So I know you, I know the
Beautiful.
answer,
You're the
but
perfect person to start with, Nancy.
oh, yeah,
So,
right, right.
so no, because here's the thing. The love casts out all fear. This frequency of this field is very powerful. And I said this on the call on Friday. It's going to stir up and bring up everything that is in the way.
Yeah.
That often happens. But this the fact that's how people are able to have such breakthroughs and healings and quantum leaps because it brings it up. But in this container, if you're able to be with it, and then that'll give you the information and help you see that that hatred, that loathing, that fear, whatever that is, understand that didn't get caused by the program, or and that's
Oh
not getting
no,
caught. I know that. I know you
oh
know that.
no, no, I didn't mean that at all.
I
I meant,
understand totally.
yeah,
It's like when life squeezes us, what comes out of us is what was in us. And so we want to see what's in us. Now, and then when you learn to meet the judgment, the loathing, the hatred, not as a bad thing, it means the energy is moving again, Nancy. When you go, there was a story where a man had taken his doctor to this his daughter to this doctor, and I'm with your heart, sweetie. I can feel your heart. I know there's a lot there, and I've got you. And the whole field is holding you. Okay, it's okay to let it go. I was going to say this before you even told me. You've worked so hard,
yeah.
and a lot of that work, as lovely as it is and as well intentioned, has come from a place a long time ago, a wound and a
Mhm.
place of trying to be and trying to be enough and trying to hold it all. And ultimately it was, it broke you down. It was too much. And you deserve to be held now. And that's what's trying to happen. For more of that holding, for you to realize you don't have to hold it all to make it happen. You deserve to be held. But there was this example, real quick, I'll give you. Just breathe that in, where he took his daughter to a doctor, and the doctor had been doing this manipulative work. And he was sitting out in the lobby, and all of a sudden there was this blood curdling scream coming from his daughter. And the man next to him said, "Oh my God, sir, are you okay? So you need to go check on your daughter." And the man was certainly a little anxious, and he's like, he started crying. And he's like, "Are you okay, sir?" He's like, "No, you don't understand. These are tears of joy." He's like, "What? Your daughter's screaming?" And he's like, "You don't understand. She had no feeling in her whole lower body. That is a sign now that life is moving again through her." And so you're now becoming aware of all this stuff coming up. if another example, if you turn on the faucet in a house that's been closed down for the winter, you heard me use this example. At first, what comes out of that faucet might be really gross and yucky and brown, and the piping is shaking and making rumbling noises. And most people, if they didn't know better, would turn it off. You don't want to turn it off. What's pushing all of that gunk out is the clear water that's flowing through the pipes again. So all of this that's coming up in you, Nancy, it doesn't scare me. It's not a bad thing. It's a sign that life is circulating again, that we've got the plumbing working, it's opening up the spigot, and you can just let it flow. If it flows as tears, if it flows as anger, we just keep letting it flow. And then we can also use it to help understand what is the story behind that hate and that anger, and then we can use that to see what are the judgments, i.e., shadows and values conflicts. And then we are going to reconnect that circuitry again. So, this is how it looks often. Now, for some people, when the floodgate opens, suddenly all kinds of wonderful things happen. We don't want to compare ourselves. Some people join and all of a sudden they eliminate debt. All of a sudden they get a new job opportunity. And then a few weeks later, the shit hits the fan and they got to do deeper work. But it's a process. And what I'll hopefully help you to do is not to be afraid of it, not to judge it, not to think that means it's not working, but to get excited that the energy is moving. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm very aware. I mean, I'm really totally aware. This is not accidental or whatever. However, it is absolutely stonewalled. It's like I can even get any energy to keep going. You know what I'm saying? It's that level of uh of uh of of
Well,
don't have it.
so let's bust that, because that's not true. Because here you are raising your hand, showing up, asking questions, sharing. That's you going. That's you keeping going. So if you're saying, I don't have the energy, I'm paralyzed, I can't even push a button and join the program, you're lying to yourself. And you want to acknowledge why you're saying that, because clearly you can push buttons and get on Zoom and get on camera and ask questions and engage. And that's all you need. But it could be that you're feeling a lot and you feel powerless and you feel,
Well,
and you have become hypnotized by emotional reasoning, and you think that you have to feel a certain way in order for it to work. And that's part of the old paradigm of having to have it all together. No,
yeah.
you need to let it all fall apart and discover you can still keep going. You
I
understand?
have. I'm at that point, obviously. All
Yes.
right. I'll
Like,
have to
what
work it
is your
out with
heart, what is that still small voice in you saying, even while there's all this noise around you? What do you know in your heart right now?
I know who I am. I know who I
And what do
am.
you
But
want? What is your heart saying you want or need to support you in moving forward? What's the truth?
the yeah, that the vision and the work and what I have set out to do as a soul is has been burning me up, not accomplishing it. So yeah,
So you want to accomplish it.
yeah, like yeah.
And do you feel like I can support you in that, even if only in taking a few more steps towards it and processing this energy and getting free again and being inspired again and being aligned again and on purpose again? Do you feel like you resonate, as you heard me on that 4.5 hour call? Know that I can help you do that, at least to some extent.
No, Derek, I already know you're like one of the most conscious beings going around. You've shown it, you've demonstrated it. You stayed on a 4.5 hour call. I have never heard of that before. I know you're I know you are. And so, and you're practical. I also use the garden analogy in health and whole health and you know, fitting
And so,
everything
so I'm
together.
just trying to simplify. And again, I'm not trying to trick you or manipulate
No,
you.
no, no, I know.
I'm just showing you and everybody how you can get down to your guidance. And the guidance is saying, yes, I want to do this. I want support. But notice in the midst of that still small voice, there's chaos and there's frustration. And what we have to learn is to listen to that yes. The yes doesn't necessarily shout, but you can feel it. That's learning to live from insight more than eyesight and more than what the emotions and the senses are telling you, right? That's really learning to key into the feminine, not just to the logical and the rational.
Mhm.
And understand that that will speak to us when everything seems to be going crazy, and we have to learn to listen to that, right? And that's what I'm just helping you see, even in the midst of all of this storm of stuff going on, you still have clarity. So even though you feel powerless or feel out of control or whatever, you're actually not. Do you see that?
Mm.
That still small voice is guiding you. And by the time you're done with this, that's going to be leading you, and it will allow you to go forward whether you feel like it or not, no matter what the world says, no matter what you've been through. Okay, do you want to have that kind of strength to keep
Well,
going?
I already do, but yeah, I right.
Okay,
I need some channeling and some, yeah. So that's where I do know you can help on
awesome. So I hope
that.
I
I'll
can
have to
get
work
started
out
with you on.
something with you on money. Okay.
Okay, you got it, my dear. Let's take a breath for Nancy. Let's go to, is it Kaylin? Hello, my dear. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Hi,
Hi. We got a mermaid.
I'm wearing clothes. It was pointed out to me that I didn't look like it, but I
She's
am.
a mermaid. She's allowed. No.
I'm fine. Um, so I've experienced a lot of money and I've been an entrepreneur for almost my whole life. I also worked in corporate America, and in both cases, I've experienced a lot of money. And then the pandemic happened and my business went totally down through the toilet. Now I'm looking at, years later, now I'm looking because it just never recovered. I just finished my master course with Edward Mannix. I'm going into Circle Leader. Um, this is my calling. There's no question in my mind. I'm in a phenomenal relationship with a wealthy man. I mean, it's like things are, he wants to help, but I want to, it's like this is my contribution, like I I want to do what I'm doing
Yes.
and help people. And I know it, I see my world, I see where I'm going. But since the pandemic, I mean, I've flowed a lot of money through me,
Mhm.
but I'm still using my surplus, which is dwindling, to pay my bills and driving, like for Lyft. I mean, like, doing things that would be are totally out of my world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. Like because I'm a magnet, I go to Lyft and I find clients, or things like that. But it's not certainly a strategy that I would recommend or want to have. I
Well,
would
is it
prefer
true,
not to.
Kaylin? It sounds like you don't like, here's the truth question.
Yeah.
In your current relationship or in your current condition and with your current surplus, how long would you have to go without making a penny in before you were on the streets? And of course, you may
Oh,
not know the exact answer, but how long would you have to go until it was actually a real problem? Like not a problem
well,
in your head, but actually you couldn't pay your bills anymore, you couldn't afford rent or mortgage or whatever, and you'd be out on the streets. This is
well,
an important question.
it is an important question.
So,
Thankfully,
and now what's,
I have Social Security. So not making any money is not in my world, but not making money from my business. But
but I'm
there's
asking
also,
it as a thought experiment.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
If you made no more money other than your social security,
yeah,
how long before you would literally be on food stamps or eating dog food or on the streets?
yeah. Um,
You'll see what I'm getting at.
3 months.
Really? Is that really true? You'd be on
Yeah,
the streets in 3 months?
yeah.
So your surplus is how much? I'm
Oh,
getting a little practical for a minute right now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got $10,000 in surplus.
Okay. And you said you are in a relationship with a wealthy man?
I am. I'm not
Would help you
experienced.
if you asked for support?
Absolutely, 100%.
So where does that factor into the calculation you just made?
I didn't factor it in
Right, why not?
because it's not here yet. I mean, because it's not, so it's complicated.
Well,
Um,
it isn't, but
it isn't. Okay, so
but
the
I
fact is,
understand.
yeah. So he's a civil engineer and he's on a job and he has no money until he's off the job, which should be in the next several weeks. So
Okay.
there's
So
that.
what I want you to see here,
Yeah,
again, obviously what I'm trying to do and what I can do here is to help us see ourselves, see
yeah,
our stories, see our patterns. So part of it is you've developed a lot of your masculine in
yes,
order to be, independent.
yeah,
And even the idea of depending or leaning on or asking for too much, it doesn't even get out into the calculus because there's a part of you that wants to be independent, that doesn't want to depend, right?
yeah. I've worked on this feminine thing for years now,
Okay.
and I'm really getting it. I mean, this is a
Right.
masculine man, and he's
Right.
teaching me so much about
I get it, but just stay
huge.
with me right now. Notice the more we start to tell story, the more we're not just sitting with what
Got
is
it.
true right now. And I'm with
Okay.
you, there's no judgment here.
Yeah, yeah,
So that doesn't enter into the calculus. And instead, even though from the feminine, from honoring what you really need to ask for, the support you want and need, and trusting you're supported, and not having to always be the one that provides and supports and does it for yourself and I'll
yeah,
do Uber if that's what it takes and prove that you can. You've proven that. And part of the burnout or the lack is that it's inviting you to have a more expanded paradigm now. And it's not that he's your source, he's a channel. And there's lots of channels. I'm a channel for you. There's a lot of ways to be supported, but it's going to take what will feel like a scary process or step into I'm going to now honor what I really, really, really want. I'm going to organize and design my life like I'm really supported, not like I have to hold it all myself together. And I'm going to invest in creating the thing I really want from this new place, which is not the place. COVID was an opportunity to break down a lot of people that thought they were in control, right? And a lot of those people never could go back because they were trying to go back to the old models. And you can't put new wine in old wineskins. It breaks open and spills everything out. So you're being invited. It's funny, I said, here's a mermaid. And in water, which is fluid and feminine. And so you're being invited to honor that. So just take a moment right now and say, if I really trusted, which is the feminine voice, that I was totally supported by life, that I didn't have to take on all the responsibility of supporting and taking care of myself and being responsible and being safe. And if I just trusted, I could totally open. I was totally supported. I could ask for whatever I want, charge what I'm worth, go towards what lights me up and turns me on and fills me up, and only that. Notice, just ask that question. What would I do? How would I move forward? And just see what bubbles up right now.
I I feel my body like fluffing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's all, like it just feels like physically I'm feeling more air,
Mm. Like
um,
space.
more space. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even outside my body. I mean, it's everything's just feeling like breath and space.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And now ask
And
one.
I'm smiling tremendously. I'm there better, maybe.
Yeah, I want to see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And and just ask from there, what would I do? From there, how would I move forward? And see what bubbles up.
The word that just keeps coming up is receive,
Receive.
receive,
And so now one of the things which I teach in this is in order to receive, what do we sometimes have to have? What do we actually have to do?
surrender,
Okay, yes. What else? ask and you
Ask.
shall
Thank you.
receive.
Yeah.
Ask,
Ask.
and
Thanks
there's
for
your
the hint.
shadow laugh right there. So ask and you shall receive.
Right.
Knock and the door will be opened,
Okay.
right? So that's part of the, once you know you are the source, the way to open up the channels of the world is you have to ask and ask sometimes, and ask and ask and ask, and knock, 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 but ask and be willing to get what you need, which is the receiving part, right?
Yeah.
Versus I can't go for it, I can't ask for it until I first do it and earn it and prove it, right? Which is
I've
part of
done
the,
that.
what's that?
I've done that. I
Yeah,
mean, feel like I've put my time in, and
yeah.
uh
And just notice this is part of the pattern though that you have to break out. It's true, and it's still a part of the pattern where you're still trying to earn it and earn it and earn it and put your time in, pay your dues. And again, yes, we all have to continue to grow in a lot of ways, but for
yes,
you,
yes.
my invitation is to be willing to honor that feminine voice and be willing to ask. And when we talked about the shadow, we won't go into it right now, but if you look closely, or even just ask, what are you afraid will happen if you stop trying to control your life or earn it or do it? If you just let it all go and ask for what you wanted and trust it and went for what you wanted, what are you afraid would happen? Honestly.
uh it would fall apart.
Yeah. That's it right there.
Yeah.
That's based on a core wound where you had an experience, either your family was chaotic or something fell apart or your parents got divorced or something, and you got the message that you had to take it on and you wouldn't let yourself experience that pain or that chaos, or if you understand what I'm talking about.
Father died
Okay, there you go.
when I was 10.
Yeah, so just feel that. So you had to take it on to yourself. I have to embrace the masculine. I have to make sure it doesn't fall apart. Maybe you had to take care of your mom, or you had to grow up too soon. I don't know the specifics, but I know that that happened in some way. And the fear is, yeah, it's going to fall apart. The world's going to fall apart, which the father represents the structures of the things that keep us safe, that protect us, that provide, right? And that's going to fall apart. And so you were running from that feeling because you didn't have the capacity or the support to fully embrace and integrate it. And so you became the thing to compensate, to be driven, to do it, to build it, to make it, to hold it. And again, you developed a lot of wonderful skills and abilities. Those are real. But this whole other part of you, this 10-year-old woman, this 10-year-old girl, the feminine, it's now necessary that she's not operating from, I need to do all this stuff and hold myself in order for it to not fall apart, or that will forever shrink the channel for that flow. Now you have to honor her and let go and trust. And that's, and whatever you think that is, fall apart. What would that make you if that, what are you afraid that would mean if it happened? All the stuff we talked about. And we're going to go through that in the program to rewire that for you and for people that are in it. But that's the next stage. That's the next leap for you. Do you understand? It's because you've been recapitulating that map of reality and that pattern of protection. Makes sense. Most people go the rest of their lives and never get this. You now have a chance to reintegrate the feminine, and you still will have the masculine. But the truth is, the masculine never died. The father principle never died. The world can hold you. Life can hold you. That never died. Okay. You had to take it on. And again, the gift of that is you become an individual who can really create and build and do a lot of things. But now the juice of it, the abundance of it, the life force is the feminine. You got it?
Got it.
Awesome. Good work. Did you have to?
Yeah, I'm emotional about it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so feel into that right now. Just breathe into that.
yeah,
And just be with that in your heart. You don't have to do anything about it right now. Just hold her. Hold that energy. And you know, once I let you go, you can listen to it, be with it, write down what's coming up. But right here, we're on top of where the next expansion is going to happen from, not from you. You know, I'm going to do Uber and Uber Eats and do all these things. And again, whether you do or don't, it's about where it's coming from. And now what's needing is for that feminine, for her wings to open, for her mermaid tail to come out and splash around, for her, you know, for her to fully open. And then to design a life based on supporting her in her expansion rather than the masculine responsible shrinking her to where what feels safe. Do you understand?
I do.
Awesome. Beautiful work, my dear.
Thank you.
Take a breath for Kaylin. I hope you'll come in so I can take you all the way through this process, my dear, all the way to the other side of it. And I'm sure many of the women here are many are understanding and relating to this in their own way. This process where it's about now creating space and being held for that feminine to expand and to be supported in your expansion rather than from safety or security or protection. Let's go to Alba. Actually, I'm sorry, give me one more sec, guys. Let's go check. Give me one quick sec. Let me just run to the restroom real quick and I'll be right back. So I have time to support. In the meantime, if you haven't checked it out, the link for the page is there. Go check it out if you haven't. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. I'm back. I restored my personal comfort. The law of circulation, folks. It's everywhere. All right. I'm cuckoo. Let's go to Alba. Hello, my dear. All those
Hello.
images of water hit Kaylin. I'm just kidding. All right. How can I support you, my dear?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for everything you've shared with us, the tremendous value, truth, and love. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. And okay, so I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible. So I feel really called to this program. I feel like it's a yes for me. I really do want to do it. Yesterday I was going, I did the process. I went to the checkout and I was like,
Oh, good. You did
what?
the process I talked about in the video. Yeah.
Yes. But then I was like, okay, then I got the calculator and I started doing my, because, well, in the past I've been very irresponsible with my money. And well, in the last couple of years, I've been doing a lot of work, personal work and spiritual work. And I honestly, I think that I've come to a place where I've healed my relationship with money. At first, well, it's not like it's now I feel like money is the energy of love. So
Yes.
I honestly feel that is money. So I don't understand why I continue repeating these things. So, for example, in the last couple of years, I've been investing so much in myself, my own growth. Like I know I had an insight, and I know I want to be a coach. Right now, I'm in a part-time job that has nothing to do, but it helps me cover my expenses. And in the meanwhile, now that I've done all my coaching programs and consider that, of course, I can still do many more things, but for now, I know that where I am right now, I can already start helping people. And so I'm in the process of launching my business, my coaching business. And
Great.
so last week, it was a great success for me because I had my first client.
All right.
But yes, but the session was great, and she said that she wanted to continue working with me, but now we are continuing to talk, but she is not paying me. So it's like these things that are continue to repeat in my life, and I don't understand why. And so going back to the program thing, it feels like I'm always very motivated, like this is for me, this is what I want to do, like yes. But right now, I just went very recently through a breakup. I'm sure the money issues have also been a thing in our.
Let me just pause you for a second, because I can tell you already a few things going on. That's why I wanted to let you speak for us. You're doing great. There's no problem. And so basically, there's a lot of feminine energy with you. So it's almost the opposite. There's a lot of feminine energy, too much. And what that means is there's partly also when you said you were being irresponsible with money, and your energy is popping all over the place. And you can tell that when the self dialogue is like, and then this, and then this, and then I tried this, and then this, and then this. That's the fluency of feminine energy, but there's not enough masculine energy. There's not enough structure. There's not enough responsibility, right? There's not enough of that focus and that discipline. And so how I'll support you in this program, by holding you, I can stand in as a proxy. And the energy here is when you hit that thing with your client, it instead of it driving you into take the next step or do the next thing or be very clear and steadfast, it kind of it frazzles you. Does that make sense? And you're
Yeah.
like, why is this happening? Why isn't it? It's just that kind of energy, right? And so there's a reason why. There's something, and there could be that your model of the masculine growing up, somewhere along the line, you got a model of the masculine, or you're afraid of, or maybe you saw your mom or somebody that was too strict or too something, but you got a model that it scared you, or it didn't feel safe, or it didn't feel good to be, or it felt boring, or it didn't, something like that. There was something in there where there's a shadow around or a values conflict. If you are just very, very clear, very, very focused, not doing a lot of things, but knowing exactly what you want and need to do and doing it consistently, even when it's hard, even when you feel bad about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? We need to anchor that energy, because you've got all the energy, but we need to anchor it with consistency. And when it makes you feel disappointed or sad or it's not working, that's all emotional energy that pulls you off. And we need to create the structure so that you stay on course, so that it doesn't matter what you're feeling. It doesn't matter what the client says or doesn't say. You can just keep, and you have clarity about knowing what you want, why you want it, where you're going, and you're going there. And that will start to allow that energy to bake more fully, and for you to have the breakthrough, instead of you going in this cycle of of the energy just kind of sparking and popping and not being fully grounded. Does that make sense? Tell me what comes up for you when I say that.
No, it's because what comes up is that I feel like right now I was missing that structure. So right now I am trying to be more structured with my expenses and all that. So, but the truth is right now, where I am right now, I have more expenses than income. And so I just really want to do this program, but at the same time, I feel like, why would I want to put myself again through that anxiety and that feeling of how am I going to pay for that? Because
Right.
it
So
creates.
I totally understand. So what I want you to see, because you're just confirming what I'm saying in terms of like this in this moment, a diagnosis is when there's things like anxiety, putting myself through that. These are all again signals of there's too much unreconciled or unstructured feminine energy. Anxiety is what results when there's more chaos than order, when we don't have clarity of where we're going, when we don't feel like we are the ones in charge, we feel like we're at the effect of all of this stuff. That's what produces anxiety. That's the signal. It's telling you, it's not telling you don't go, it's telling you you don't have clarity. And you like somebody would ask me, how's your day going? And I would say, I don't know how the day's going, but I know how I'm going about my day. Or how's life treating you? I don't know or care how life's treating me. I know how I am treating my life. So we have to get you back into the masculine driver's seat where you have clarity of where you're going. And even if you have expenses bigger than your income, with the clarity and the plan and an understanding of what money, where you're going to go, and specifically how many clients you need to make what you want to make, and that kind of clarity. You cannot manage what you don't measure, and you cannot organize what you don't structure. So that's what I'm saying. That's what this program. It's one of the things that a lot of women or a lot of people high in feminine or spiritual energy that have gone through here, and the practicality and specificity and structuring of things, looking at your money very specifically, organizing your money blueprint and plan, knowing how much is coming in specifically, knowing where you're going, all the practical steps. If you're willing to be supported around that, that's going to give it grounding. And again, I was there. Had too much feminine, being raised by my mom, having rejected the masculine, and then being spiritual and creative. And it was when I was willing to sit down and saddle my dreams and really get concrete, even when had all this debt or I couldn't pay my rent. I've been through all of it, believe me. And it was the specificity combined with the activation of this energy that was allowed me to finally channel it and manifest, sometimes very quickly. So, and you've already got, I was going to say, you've already got a lot of that started. Like you're realizing I've got something to teach. I know enough. I have value to bring. So you're already ahead of the game in that. Some people don't yet know that about themselves, but now you need the support in channeling that and being very specific and having specific actions you can take so you feel in control again, rather than at the effect of. Again, I want to be very clear. I've worked with people that were literally about to go bankrupt, and in a matter of a couple months or less, turned it around so much they had more business than they could handle. Okay. So the problem of having debt or having bills, that's not the real problem. Okay. And we don't want to just stop and constrict ourselves. If in fact you resonate, if you feel like I can support you or this can support you, if you're not resonating with that, then it's a different conversation. But we don't want to contract and shrink to fit what we perceive is I don't have enough. Because if you shrink to that, then you just shrunk your channel. And I've been in recessions. Again, I've been about to be evicted. I've been in all these situations. And when I expanded in the face of that contraction and I stayed true to my vision and I got clear and concrete with my action plan, on the other side of that, I became a new and a larger channel. Whereas when I would shrink to fit it on the other side of the challenge, I was smaller. You understand? So we don't
Yes.
want to do that. You don't want to shrink to match the condition. That's the wrong kind of adaptation. You want to adapt evolutionarily, which is I'm going to get bigger. I'm going to dig deeper. I'm going to sometimes work harder or work smarter. I'm going to be even more specific. I'm going to become more, not less. I'm going to circulate more energy, not less. You understand?
Yes.
Tell me what you are understanding. Again, I'm just, there's only so much I can share in this moment, but what are you getting? What's one or two things that you can resonate with that feel true? Even if it's scary, by the way.
To stop putting thinking that I depend on the outside instead of myself. And
Yes.
yeah, I think before, well, as I said before, I've recently been through a breakup, and I think I felt safer when I was with him because, for example, right now I feel not as safe as before because right now I know I'm not on my own, okay, because I know I am not, but
Sort of.
physically,
Sort of.
but physically, I feel like now it depends on me. I mean, if I don't have the rent is on me, the medical insurance is on me. So now in that sense, I'm by myself.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah.
just breathe into that right now, my dear. Just breathe into that. And so this is the flip of the last person of Kaylin. Like I said, there's still a lot of feminine energy, and you were able to not have to fully embrace your masculine, the fact that you are an agency, that you have responsibility, which means the ability to respond in a way that serves rather than being at the effect. So when we get these situations with relationships or whatever, jobs, they give us a false sense of security if we haven't gotten this yet. And when we lose the job or lose the partner or lose a certain amount of money or lose the client, then we suddenly have to face the truth that we have not fully owned our agency, that I have the power. I have and am and always have been the one generating my life. That's where you're right on the cusp of, and I'm getting really strong like signal, really like the chills and all that. You are right on the cusp of claiming and owning and knowing your power. Can you feel just the little tickle, the little resonance of what I'm talking about? Yeah, right there. This
I
is,
feel like I know it at a conscious level, but I
it's, I
have
can
to
feel it.
own.
It's just feel it. It's starting to like stir right here. And it is scary, but you are right on the verge of claiming that. And you just need to keep being reminded. It's not my client. No, the client's not the source. I'm the
Yeah.
source. What does that feel like? What does that look like? How would I act? It's not my partner. I am the source. It's not the dollar bills. I am the source or whatever. This is what you're being, and that's why you need to really like not get distracted right now, not fall asleep, not get caught up in the default, trying to make it all happen, but from a place of I need the client, I need this, that kind of energy. That's still feminine. Now that's the victim. We need to anchor you right there. So you feel it, you got it. That's the work, and you're right on the cusp of it. Does anybody else feel it? Because it's in the field very strong now. So this is the work for you, is really owning that. And I promise you, if you're willing to do that, on the other side of this, you will know your power and have a level of confidence and a level of agency like you've never known before. That's what's possible for you right now. And it often requires us to be in the valley, or so it seems, for us to develop the mountaintop mindset. It requires those things to go away. Like might seem like a weird example, but when Jesus was feeding and healing everybody, they were like, "Yay, master!" And he's like, "Oh, I need to get out of here." Because if I don't leave, you're not going to realize it's you. You're going to think it's me. And like in Star Wars, Obi-Wan Kenobi is like, I need to let myself get killed. So Luke realizes he has to trust the Force, not trust me. The Force is within you. The Force is strong within you, young Padawan. All right. So you're in Jedi training right now, and I hope you'll let me support you. Take it all the way, my dear.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're beautiful, and it's happening. Just keep feeling it. Stay with it. Keep coming back to it. All right, let's take a breath for her. Good work, everybody. Let me just look and quickly see. There's a big chat here. I don't know if I can read it all. Let me just see if I can quickly see. There's a big story there. So the basic bottom line is saying if I take on anything, Iris, I'll end up burned out. And I'm not here to tell anybody what's true for them. All I want you to understand is the way to look at this work, if it resonates with you, it's not about taking on just another thing on your to-do list. Whatever you're doing, your schedule, your busyness, your burnout, your overwhelm, your mom, your dad, whatever's going on in your life, you've got a bunch of other programs. Understand that this is a program that is designed to become a container where you can now finally see and understand all the stuff that's going on and how to reorganize your life so that it's no longer coming from a place of lack and trying to make things happen, whether it's too much masculine or not enough and too much feminine, as we're talking about, and you don't even realize that all this stuff you're doing, you're just recapitulating the same pattern of lack, limitation, worry, doubt, fear, and separation. And I want you to get a greater clarity of where is it coming from. Are you trying to get somewhere? Are you trying to get something? Are you coming from a place of not enough or that it's too much? Because no matter what you do, if you're coming from that place of separation or lack or not enoughness, it's never, ever going to work, not sustainably. And so that's why this is not about adding more. In fact, if you're doing too much or a bunch of things that are burning you out and overwhelming you, this will be about pruning and understanding what you need to let go of and what you need to double down on and how to begin to come from a place of overflow. So you're not giving away your roots, you're giving away your fruits, and you're nourishing and strengthening and deepening your roots. And the deeper the roots, the taller the shoots, and ultimately the richer the fruits. So that's how I want you to hold it. If that's what you're telling yourself, oh, I don't have time for this, or it's too much, I'm already doing too much. That's the problem. You're already doing too much. And this is going to help you discover why. Why am I doing too much? Why am I trying to be a bunch of things I'm not? And I'm not trusting or even knowing who I really am. How do I discover what I'm really made of and made for? How do I feel that sense of completeness? And how do I start to reorganize and design a way of life from who I really am authentically? I'm telling you, many cases, when people get this, like I said, they end up letting go of stuff and they end up becoming even more abundant. They end up accomplishing much more as a result. So I hope that makes some clarity there. If you still have questions about that, let me know. Let's go over to Scott. Hey, brother.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, man. Good to see you.
Hey, you too. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm going through a very interesting and unique kind of time. It's a lot. It's a lot. Um, where to begin? I'm I have a lot to give, a lot to breathe out. I'm also, and what you're saying is highly resonant with my experience over the past forever, but 8 years especially. And I see it, I get it. I'm also I see that I have the rose-colored glasses off. They're also on at the same time, strangely. And I'm in a space where I have all this to give, but I have been through a lot, and it's a lot of energetic interference, metaphysical things trauma, like different things like that. I don't want to give my power away to that, of course, but at the same time, um, working through it and alchemizing it, and also breathing in, I think is one of my big things. Is right now it's a lot of doing, a lot of over giving, which I want to do, but from the correct energy, from abundance, which I did discover after my healing journey several years ago before this happened. And
Yeah,
so
you
it's
don't want
like
to overgive because then you are giving from your roots instead of your fruits.
I'm very depleted, and I've been living from a space of burnout, like what feels like burnout.
And so when you just feel into it, maybe you've already discovered it, is when we're doing that, it's because for on one level we have a false understanding of who we are, and there's some kind of wound that told us we couldn't have. It was we found our identity in giving or taking care of or being codependent or playing, not being too much. It depends on our design, right?
that one too. All of them.
And
Yeah.
so what are you afraid is going to happen if you get clear on where the no is and you stop and you start saying no and you stop giving and you're willing to be still enough to get the clarity of only doing what is truly authentically yours to do? What are you afraid is going to happen if you slow it down long enough and get that clarity? What just bubbles up in you? What do you feel if you imagine doing that? Like, this is who I am, this is what I'm made of and made for, and I'm now going to live from there to be myself fully and not take on the responsibility of any of these other things. What are you afraid is going to happen?
Well, I feel like I've done that, but I haven't either received the clarity or I'm not acting on it. Maybe a
Yeah,
big
so
part of me,
what's the thing if you knew you were totally supported and you
financially, or in what way?
in all ways, like financially, you didn't need to make the money, you didn't need to prove anything or care about what other people thought, and you could just be who you really, really, really are and want to be and do what you really, really love and want to do. What would that look like? And how would it look different than what you're being and doing now? Just pick one or two things that arise.
Well, I'd essentially be doing what I'm doing now. I feel like I'm doing many different things. I would focus in on the one or two things that I'm really wanting to do, and would find a way to package it and share it in a greater way and charge a lot more money for it. So yeah, I'm already kind of doing the things.
But let's just notice where you're saying they say you're talking out of both sides of our mouth.
I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
So well, I am doing all the things, but if I was really doing it, I wouldn't do all those things. I would just do this, and I would do this more and more deeply and more masterfully and charge more money or whatever. So notice if you were to really hone in on just that you really want to do and do it the best you can do it, and et cetera, like you just said, how that would be different than what you're actually doing, right? Where you're leaking energy by doing other things because you think you have to, or saying yes over here, or a lot of irons in the fire or whatever. Do you see how? Because if it was true, you'd already be doing it, you'd already be getting the results, right?
Right.
So what is that? What are you afraid is going to happen if you do really do that you just described? And stop lying and saying that you are doing it, because what would be different? Because it would be different qualitatively and quantitatively.
Well, one thing is it would cause me to need to do work at home. I think that one of the answers is there's a fear of being alone in doing it, and that I would be spending a lot of time on my own, and feel isolated, kind of as a solopreneur in a sense. I'm a musician and artist, and I work with a lot of people, but there's kind of that fear of aloneness, and there's also a fear of being around a lot of people. And I'm highly energetic, empathic, sensitive, that kind of stuff, and I'm dealing with a lot of that. So there's a lot of inner chaos, which is
Yeah, so
all over.
it's what I was saying. It's similar to the person before, where it's an example. There is a lot of feminine energy, creative energy, and what you need is to be supported in having the courage to tell the truth about what you really want and to tell the truth about what it really is going to take and to create that specific plan and be held accountable to do it while you move through that valley where that stuff that comes up, those thresholds of I'm going to be alone or it's going to be too much, or and then in those moments you hit those thresholds, you don't realize it. That's where you fritter out. That's where the you spark out and you don't actually hold the course.
Right. It's like a little here and then it's not consistent.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you need that support and structure and accountability because and also the stuff that's going to come up. I can feel it. We don't have time for me to break it all down, but underneath it, there's a story and there's a fear of what's going to happen if you do it. Like you said, I might be too alone or it might be too much. And there's a message that is not true that you've probably seen. And you have to be able to move through that valley of the shadow of death, my friend. You have
That's
to
where I'm at.
yeah. But to have, and I've moved many people through it, but to see that you're not going to die, it's not all going to blow up or fall apart or whatever the fear is. Something's going to die. Some old story, some old part of you that was a coping and protective mechanism is going to have to be let go of. But because you can't get to where you want to go using the same model and map and tools that got you here.
Sure.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever we hit that threshold, we come up with a good excuse, a good reason. We get sick, we get a bill, something happens, somebody else needs us, whatever the thing is, for us to slow down, back away, either isolate or distract ourselves again. And then we cycle back around and we're back in the same loop again. But you've got something to offer. You have value to offer. It's very similar as the last person, where you are in need of that structure and that accountability and the courage to define it very specifically and then do that difficult work of holding your and being held through that process until you get to the result. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Exactly. It's just that feels like there's a need for there's a split between that world and like an actual healing, like a need for healing, like an
Well, the
actual.
healing, here's the thing, the healing,
They might go together.
right? It's not one way, not the other. The healing is not, I first have to heal myself, then I will do it. The healing here is you have to do the thing that is in integrity. Faith without works is dead. Knowing the fact doesn't help you. The truth doesn't set you free. You have to know it and you have to live it. And at first, the truth will scare the shit out of you and piss you off and annihilate you, right? So the healing isn't I have to first feel good or feel clear or feel confident. The healing is I have to be in integrity with the truth that I already know. And then I have to be in integrity again and be in integrity, even if I'm scared and I feel like I'm not enough or I feel like it's too much. That's where the healing is going to happen.
Okay. But here's my question, and
then I gotta move on, Scott.
Okay, sure. Here, maybe I'm full of crap here, and please call me out. I'm interested because so I had a relationship breakup, and before then I was very aligned with myself. And since that relationship breakup, it was like a part of me, maybe I call it my relationship part, split off from me and is now against me and is very upset about that. And basically, all the negative judgments and things and shadows have kind of come back, and I had worked through that self, but it's like it's like a force, it's like a part,
Yeah.
and
so here's what actually is going on, because the most critical parts of us, they happen in the imprint period in our 0 to 7, give or take years. And then we recapitulate them. And I'll talk more about this in the program. That relationship was an opportunity to recapitulate something. And then because you were doing work, the breakup, like we just talked about with the woman before, was the opportunity now that you are ready to face what you were actually hiding or didn't have to deal with in that relationship.
I was avoiding.
What's that?
I was probably avoiding subconsciously. Certainly.
Exactly. And now it's up, and it's been up for you to see it. Again, the relationship breakup didn't cause. When the wind blows and the apple falls off the tree, the wind doesn't cause the apple. The wind creates a condition where the pull of gravity that's always happening can finally become manifest, right? In LA, we saw these protests break out. The protests weren't caused by the outer conditions. The condition created the condition for the anger, the fear, the whatever to come up to the surface. So now you can see this conflicting self has always been there, but now you need support and the structure and the container for a period of time where you can reintegrate those parts of you and reconcile that, but not just in a vacuum, not just to heal yourself, but in service to a very specific goal. And that's what makes this different for the work I do. Is we're not just going to look at our navel and heal ourselves. We're going to get very clear on what's the outcome we want and who would we need to be, or who would we be if we achieved it. That's integrity. And then what is the character we have to develop, the habits, so that we are being that person now. And then that's going to bring up all the ways in which we're not in integrity with who we really want to be, and in fact who we really are. So it's very practical, but in pursuit of being true to ourselves like never before, you discover the parts in you that are out of integrity with that truth. Does that make sense?
Totally,
And
100%.
then that's how those things will get healed, and not just theoretically, but they will get healed once and for all in the pursuit of that particular goal. So if you want that support, brother, I'd love to support you as a musician and an artist. And I feel like all the work you're doing and have done, you're going to have such a greater awareness of the human condition and the experience that that's going to pour into your work, and it's going to elevate it to a whole new level.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're
Do we
welcome.
get one-on-one kinds of coaching within the program like this? Because
Yeah, like this. Yeah, it's not like you're going to be a private call with me, but I'm going to be spending time like this for hours every week with people to get to break through specifically for you. Absolutely.
is there a schedule or is it often? Like, I'm just have practical questions about that.
Well, the class is they're every week for 8 weeks minus one where you'll be doing some stuff on your own. And Gideon, if you're still there, you can show the schedule. We might adjust the schedule once we know who's in the class, just to get a better sense of time zones. But they'll be like, the classes last like this, usually a few hours every week. But instead of me having to teach a bunch of stuff, you'll get the teaching first in a module. Then on the class, you'll be able to zero in on the specific questions, principles, practices, coaching to help you unpack each thing, just like we're doing right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
And there's a lot more. Look at the sales page so you can see everything in there,
Mhm.
and ask Gideon if you have any questions, any logistics. But what I would say to you and anybody that is still here, again, after almost 3.5 hours, there's almost 200 of you. If you're still here, you're definitely vibing with this stuff, and you want to honor that resonance. Like, I feel like something is here for me, versus going, I need to make sure every single thing is lined up and know all the details. If I don't know if that's you, but if that's you, that's one of the ways we protect ourselves from moving into and out of our comfort zone. Is we want to make sure we have perfect clarity, and we want to make sure we're going to get everything we want. And again, my invitation to you and anybody that has that is, set your intention. I'm going to get everything out of this that I need and more than I can imagine. And remember, it's not about waiting for me or anybody to give it. It's about you get in and you specifically and intentionally get what you need, rather than waiting. And it's designed that way with all the programs, with all the classes, with the mastermind, with the quantum healing. There's so many layers where I'm supporting you, and you get to show up in a way that serves you. but you need to show up in a way that serves you. And so for you or anybody, that's the ball's in your court in that regard. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm somebody I've done all these, too many courses, too many things, and that's probably my resistance. Is why am I still asking the questions?
Totally. And I get it. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on courses and stuff. And we have a choice. We could stop. My invitation is don't stop learning, don't stop growing, don't stop asking questions. But if you want to get this that we're talking about, whatever this thing is, to get clarity on the goal, clarity on what you need to focus on, and the ability to see it all the way through, then set that as your goal and intention and show up and use me and use all of this energy and the quantum healing to get that result. Don't show up in this program just to learn more things.
No, it's absolutely about application for me. It's not
Yes.
about.
So show up to get that. Okay, this is what I need now, Derek. Help me understand these principles as how they apply to this issue. Not so I can just solve this issue, but so I can take the next step towards my goal. That's the way to use the program. Does that make sense?
Totally. I mean,
Awesome.
there.
Awesome, brother. Well, I hope you'll come play with us. I'd love to support you, man.
Thank you. Who can I ask questions to for general
You can
things?
ask him if Gideon's still in the chat. And if not, you can email support@derekrydall.com. But look at the sales page. I'll tell you honestly, I've already answered all the questions that matter. I know enough to know where people get stuck, and anything else is on the page. And there's
Okay.
FAQ, frequently asked questions, and all that.
I was just going to ask about the structure of the program and all the different pieces.
All of that's on the page too. And if you don't see it there, ask Gideon and and email support@Derek which I think is also on the page there too. So everything you need will be there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're
Thanks.
welcome, buddy. Let's take a breath for Scott. I have time for a few more here. Let's try to zip through some of these. Of course, in the program, we'll be doing these deep dives. I'm not going to be able to do a deep dive with every one of you that have your hands up. I'm just going to try to zip through and get through some of the questions. Hello, my dear Miranda. What's your question? Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you too. I didn't actually expect to be able to get on.
Hey, look at that. You're manifesting.
Yeah, I joined your workshop or whatever you want to call it on Friday. And there was a lot that showed up for me when I looked at the program. I didn't actually think that I was going to get emotional talking about it right now.
That's okay. That's what, like I said, this field, it's going to bring up what needs to be looked at. Just feel your feelings, let it flow. Tell me what's going on.
So I have had a lot of financial challenges for the last few years. I've been trying to I don't really like saying become a success as an entrepreneur, because that's not really the right energy, but I've been trying to make it as an entrepreneur.
I'm going to pause you right there because you're revealing a great subject or object lesson. I don't want to say success because that's not good.
Well,
hold on before thou doth protesteth even more. Stay with me. Because whatever we don't want to say, whatever we don't want it to be, that's resistance. And notice it tends to be the thing we don't have much of. Okay. So you said that's the wrong energy. Why? And don't try to be spiritual, because I'll bust you anyways, because I love you enough. I don't care if you like me. This is not about being nice or good or spiritual or saying the right things. Why is saying I want success not the right energy, etc.? Tell me, just from an honest, raw place, why is that not the right energy?
Well, because I guess when I think of success in the general sense, I think of how society defines success
Mhm.
as the mainstream of it being like being very material. And I'm like I'm not against material, but I don't feel like that's something that I really desire. Like I'm not interested in having the big fancy house or the cars or
Okay, cool.
traveling all over the place and stuff. And I'm not.
Got it. So Miranda, so you're doing amazing. Now, I want to just, I want you all to post in the chat if you're seeing what is happening here. Miranda is beautifully illustrating what it looks like to have shadows and to have so developed the reasonable and logical story around it that it's almost invisible. Some of you might even be going, what are you talking about? What she's saying sounds so reasonable. And again, there's no judgment here from me, Miranda, but I want you to see, and we can always tell when we say, well, no, it's not that I don't want material stuff. It's just, I don't want that much material stuff. Or it's that I don't want society's definition of it. And notice that is the thou doth protesteth too much. And notice what you're lacking. What you're lacking in an abundance of material things called dollars or money or whatever your version of it is, or success. And so, and understand that material, remember I said that one of the polarities is life force and life forms, right? And so a lot of us heart-centered, spiritually minded people, we've been wounded or felt wounded by the world. We've rejected the masculine, the toxic masculine, the patriarchy, the blah, blah, blah. And the material world has seemed to be hard to understand, or it hasn't felt supportive, or if it's even felt dangerous. And then we see people getting hurt by it in all these different ways. And the overly feminized consciousness feels like takes on that role. Ultimately, yes, it needs to be transmuted and transformed, but not by rejecting it, by embracing it and by integrating it. And because the feminine, the life force, cannot be experienced until it becomes form of some kind. It has to be a thought form or a mental or emotional form, some kind of material form. But matter is just what matters. Whatever we decide matters becomes matter. They're not separate. That is material is what we have made matter. But if we reject matter, then we are now not able to manifest what matters to us most. And so even Jesus did not reject matter and material things, right? He was like, give me the best oil. Do you know who I am? Like, anoint me. They're like, Master, we could sell this oil. That's so materialistic. We could sell it and feed the poor. And he's like, man, I'm not going to be here forever, man. I want the best stuff. Give me the best stuff. And it was really shocking. And so embracing lavish, opulent, abundant material expression is not only not spiritual, it is the sign of I'm willing to have it all. Mother Teresa could go into any business and get whatever check she needed, right? So it doesn't mean you have to become a materialist. It doesn't mean you have to become attached like the rich man and believe that these baubles and material things are your power. No. But you must embrace material and matter. You must be in the world. Otherwise, you are blocking many of the ways in which the spirit and the deepest values can become manifest. All right. So, what I want you to see very, very clearly is you do have a lot of judgments and blocks to wealth and materiality and success. And you're letting society's beliefs and definitions and yours to define it and make it not good. And as a result, that's the broken circuit, that for sure, without any other conversation. I've seen it so many times. So tell me what else comes up as I say this, because we're just excavating a little more. But there's no doubt at all, my dear, when you embrace this, as shameful and dirty and ugly as it might feel to do, you're not going to become a shameful, dirty, ugly, unspiritual person. You're going to become an instrument where God and life now can flow through and use that abundance not only to adorn you beautifully, but to be able to shine your light and be able to make the difference. So, what else comes up in you as I say all that?
Well, I've been doing some inner work of trying to embrace that money is just energy, and it's
But I want, okay, thank you. I'm just going to pause you again. You're just bringing up so much good material. I want you to understand, yes. Notice I'm trying to do work to embrace that money's just energy because I can't just embrace money. Do you get it? I have to find a way to think of money in an immaterial way because to me, money itself isn't good enough.
well, because you talked about how money is just a symbol, and so
I
that's the
understand.
part that I'm trying to connect with, the
Right.
fact that it's just a symbol and it's not like an outward thing that I'm trying to bring to me.
And that's an important step when, so that you don't believe that if I don't have a lot of symbols, i.e. money in my bank, I can still generate and circulate and begin to manifest abundantly. But if there's any part of you that doesn't also love, excuse me, hold on a second. When you talk for 3.5 hours straight, this happens. If you're not able to embrace the actual forms and celebrate them and see them as beautiful, then that idea of I just want to feel the energy of money becomes another way of having all this energy, but it doesn't manifest as money or as success. So it depends on where you're coming from, right?
Mm.
The reason I say that is so that we don't judge based on how much we have in our bank or how much we have in our body, because our body and all of that is just a symbolic expression of the body of our consciousness. But it's not to be, but it can be used by this sabotaging belief of keeping us in the energetic and never letting us go all the way through to the form. That's why we're talking about it from a slightly different. It's still okay to be in the energy of it, but if I was working with you, I would want to focus on getting really concrete about what's the life you want to create. What's the specific concrete outcomes you want to make? Who do you want to be? How much money do you want to make? And like getting into that place where you could unapologetically and unashamedly and unabashedly claim that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna get some water. Give me 1 sec, guys. That might be my cue that I might be hitting my edge here. So I would want you to, I want to get really, really specific with you. And then as you move towards embracing that, see what comes up. So we could start to alchemize and transmute these beliefs about, success and wealth and material, so that you're like, oh, I love this material world. This material world is awesome. I love wealth and abundance, and I want everybody to have more than enough, and then see what until they get really, really comfortable with that. Because then that energy isn't going to have broken circuitry where it cannot manifest. Okay. It's really hard to be a light in the world if you can't pay your light bill. And if you have really awesome lampshades, it's even better, right? So do you understand what I'm saying in general? My invitation to you right now is to start to journal, watch this video again, because it's very clear to me. I just want to help you get it about all the judgment you have about the material world and how you've been trying to navigate in a way that is, I want to have enough and have more, but you're rejecting the world. And you can't make a demand that is larger than your acceptance or belief about it, right? I want to have enough money, but actually my belief is that money is the root of all evil, even if you wouldn't say it literally that way. And or maybe this much, but not that much, you know, and you've got all these judgments. And I want you to know that the spirit of you, the truth of you, the truth does not have any of those judgments. All of those beliefs about money and wealth and success are all made up. God doesn't know anything about those judgments. If God could know, God would be like, that is the silliest thing I've ever heard. I've literally, look at nature, look at the stars, look at the grains of sand. Is there just enough to get by? There's more stars than you could ever count in a billion lifetimes. That's the way I made it. Abundance. I have come that you may have life and have it more abundantly in every dimension, in every form. You can never have too much. You can never be too much. I'm infinite being. And you're talking about having just enough and not too much. You understand? From the divine and from the spirit, any of these limited judgments they're just nonsensical. So I would love to support you in busting that, because that's where it's going to start to flow. And as I like to say, the workshop you've been living is the one you're meant to be giving. That there is a wisdom in here in your journey, and now who you'll be on the other side of this, that is going to give you something that is so needed to be shared through individuals like you, that will help to really, really set a lot of people free. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And do you want to be out there sharing in some way or teaching in some way? Or yeah. So this is really what needs to be understood and taught. This is connected to the wound. And again, this is, I hope you're as excited as I am about this awareness, because I can just feel so much in your field and the possibilities for you now. I can see a whole workshop, I can see the whole thing unfolding. So I hope I get a chance to support you in creating that and really blasting off, my dear.
Yeah, that's where I'm struggling with, because where my finances are, and I know that this is like looking at the outside part of it. I get that, but it's still hard to let go of that fear, because
Yeah.
you
all you
know,
gotta do
I've
is
got
come.
about a month before I can't pay my rent anymore, and I have no outside support.
Yeah.
Trying to connect with potential sources, and that's
So what I would invite you to do is make a list of 25 ways you can manifest more. It's a process we do more in depth in the program for any of you. First of all, you only need 197 to get started. Second of all, you can use the next month to get in there like your life depends on it and do the work. Third of all, you think you have no outside. You think there's only one or two ways. But what really is available to you and to everybody is infinite organizing potential. That means there's not just one or two or three ways, there's infinite ways you can open the channels of the world. Infinite. And I'm telling you what I know, like I know my name. And you just haven't exercised the muscle to ask enough, to seek enough, to knock enough, to be courageous and brave enough. I remember there was this one woman at this webinar, and she's like, somebody said to her, she's like claiming all her abundance. And somebody asked her, well, where is it all right? How are you going to get it? Or where is it or something? And she said, or where are you going to get it from? And she said, from wherever it is at the moment. So like, there is inexhaustible wealth and abundance, and it's got your name on it. I'm telling you. And I've seen it happen so many times. But it's not magic. It's about, you have to claim it. And if you're feeling this, you have to sometimes feel that urgency of emergence, and you just don't want to have another emergency. And you have to, right? You have to just say, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find it. Show me the way. But you can start with writing those 25 ways to manifest more, 25 ways you could be in this program, including all the people you could ask, because I guarantee there's people you haven't asked that you could, or banks, or credit cards, or lines of credit. And if you're afraid of debt, that's one of your shadows too. I'm telling you, there's always a way. As the Bible says, I will make a way where no way appears to be. The I that is talking in that scripture is not something outside of you. It's the I am within you. I, in the midst of you, will and can make a way, even where no way appears. That I'm telling you for sure. So, but the only way we will know that is we have to commit to it. We have to want it. We have to be a little bit hungry. And even if we're scared, if you feel the resonance, like there's something here, then you need to honor that. Does that make sense, Miranda? I got you, my dear. I hope to see you over there. And again, for all of you, it's just 197 to start. Get in, look around, get busy, start making your 25 ways to manifest more. Commit. I'm going to get everything I need and more than I can imagine. I'm going to get clear on what my goal is and where I'm going. And I am all in. I'm not merely going to take a program and learn things. I'm going to use this program to catapult me to the next level. I'm going to use this program to actually become transformed and to actually achieve what I need to take my life, to take my work, and to take my wealth to the next level. Period. End of story. Or really the beginning of the story. That's can you feel that energy and that claiming and that commitment inside of you? Can you feel even a little pinprick of that?
Yeah, maybe a pinprick.
That's all you need. I get that it's scary. I've had my back against the wall. I said about this on Friday. I used my rent money to join stuff and and then doubled it, within a month or two. And just kept, okay, I got just enough now to keep going another month. Okay, I got just enough now to go a month and a half until I'm growing and expanding. But you gotta want it and you gotta have the courage to go for it. Because remember, this is not about Derek or you're going to get something from me. I'm creating a field and the principles and the practices for you to open out a way to let out of you the imprisoned splendor. You're not going to get rich. You've already got it. I'm going to show you how to get it out. All right? Awesome. Holding you in my heart, my dear. All right. Let's see if I can do one or two more real quick. Let's go to Robert so we can get another guy up here. Little masculine energy. Hey, brother, go ahead, unmute yourself. Go ahead and hit the unmute there. There you go.
You hear me now?
I can hear you.
Right. Wow, I must say I'm impressed. I hadn't heard of you, and I'm really affected just by being in the presence. And I had been in a head-on car accident when I was 19 years old, and restrained at the hips, but not with a shoulder harness. So it cut deeply into my hips and pelvis, and then my head hit the steering wheel.
Oof.
I did walk away bleeding, but nobody knew anything had happened to the that my body had suffered. I did get a surgery on my head, but about 6 years later, I was in a successful career, making over 100,000, and I started having strange symptoms of the nervous system. Well, that's a long time ago. I'm 68 years old. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I ended up going on disability, and I've lived now in like 10 countries, and it put me. I spent years of my life living with my parents as an adult, just not having a life. I was an invalid, and but so I did all kind, India, Thailand. I did every kind of, therapy and whatever to try and get better. But the one thing, and I've had, hundreds of hours of body work. So my body, it feels good, but I, the executive function of my mental function, I couldn't complete things. I was an entrepreneur, but I'd get a internet project started and then periods of time where I just can't function. And
So what is the, in all of that? I mean, there's a lot I could say about that, and obviously there are certain physiological and neurological things that a lot of people have from an accident or just by design, uh, and have a similar response. You know, people that are more ADHD or neurodivergent, they will describe some of these same exact symptoms.
right,
And my experience in working with people in a lot of these different, whether they're neurodivergent or whether from an actual physiological or a damage or whatever, is we all have challenges, but what actually stops us from making progress is some kind of belief or mindset. Like Stephen Hawkins, who literally couldn't move a muscle in his body
right,
and was
right.
more productive than most of us
It's incredible.
have ever.
I
And that's the
marvel.
point. So the point is, whatever we've gone through, that's not actually what's stopping us. So what's the question you have for me right now, my friend, that I can support you on, or in terms of this work, in regards to what you're trying to move through?
Um, well, uh, I was very disappointed with my upbringing. I've neglected, you could say. As I've been opening, I'm literally wake up in the morning and I'm feeling, I'm having thoughts about childhood. So I'm clearing stuff that's coming up, and I question if it's emotional or uh, uh, blockages that, like your literature said, self-sabotage.
Mhm.
I get close and then blow it up, and I don't. Um, yeah, I don't know how intuitive you are, what you sense,
Well, I
but
do sense, I sense it.
I'm
Go
somebody.
ahead, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm somebody that is willing to work and creative, and I've got a encyclopedia of knowledge
Yeah.
inside of me, and I was in the process of trying to start um, publishing that Substack
Right.
and other things. But it's amazing that well, when you have limitation, you lose time. So for example, I was trying to promote, I've got digital download
Well,
products as
let
I
me let me
speak.
just pause you right there, Robert, because I do got to jump off here in a couple of minutes. But I wanted to say that when you asked intuitively, what I get is, yeah, I can feel all the knowledge and intelligence, and also a lot of light and a beautiful heart. And there is like this little boy or this young boy that, like, you're saying, that feels, gets to a point but feels like you're having to do it all on your own, or it's not fair, or it's this kind of, and it becomes a self-sabotaging thing of, I'm not going to do it, or I'm not going to do it all, or wanting to be supported or recognized or validated or something. But it feels like a young boy energy that hasn't been fully seen or fully acknowledged. That is what kicks in a lot of these places where you're trying to complete things. Because the young part is the part that doesn't complete things. The adult is the one that completes things. And there's something that he hasn't gotten, or at least that he feels that he hasn't gotten. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was actually work chatting with Chat GPT, and it gave me actually a, a list of affirmations or whatever for the inner child that didn't get what it needed. But yeah,
Yeah.
I've wondered if I'm literally dealing with. I'm thinking that it's a physiological thing, but yeah, physically, I mean, I do have a traumatic brain injury, but it was trauma. So
Yeah.
I'm
And
really
like you said, and again,
hypersensitive to things.
yeah, you're more sensitive to things. And there's that part of you that said, I walked away from it, but nobody knew the damage that was inside of me. And there's another way emotionally where nobody really knew the emotional damage inside of you. And so you've carried it both emotionally and then physically. And there is a bit of that stunting of that part of you. There could be physiological things as well. As I said, I'm not diminishing that. But also, it's not just about going back and healing the inner child only. It's about staying focused on what it is you want to create, getting very specific, very concrete. And as you're going towards that, the reason why it's good to be in a program or for me to see somebody go through this is because when you hit that threshold, then that's when we can see what is literally the thing that's coming up. But it's not about stopping and pulling back or waiting to feel good or work on yourself. It's about using that to propel you forward each time. But that's where when I feel very strong in your field is this little boy that doesn't feel there's something he didn't get. And every time you start moving forward, you hit a threshold where it's stepping over something that he really needs. And if you
Huh.
can see what that is and you can acknowledge that, that's where there's a broken circuit between those parts of you. I don't know specifically yet what's the quality of it, but he feels a little bit rebellious, he feels hurt, and he feels like he's trying to stop or slow down or pull somebody's attention to look at him and to see what's going on with him. And that's what is happening inside of you when you're trying to move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, again, the specifics of this program are going to be about getting clear about what it is you want to create and using these principles to get to understand where the shadows and the values conflicts are, which definitely is what this little boy is what he's made of. He's made of the shadow and the values conflict. And so you're going to discover that as we go along, but it's only one of many things that you're going to understand and uncover. The main focus is not just fixing and healing ourselves, but in moving towards what we really want and who we really want to be, and in unlocking all these channels of energy, we will be able to see that who we really are has never been damaged. And it's a reintegration of all the circuitry, but to really let all this life force and the love force, all of it it's never gone away. It's never been damaged. It's never been diminished. We just, based on our beliefs and our experience, some of the pieces of the machine aren't hooked up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Um, I got a girlfriend partner. She's actually a immigrant, a refugee from Venezuela, and I was living on a disability check, so I yeah, I can't express, how desperate the need to make the money and the fact that we don't have, she's treating a medical thing. So anyway, um, I don't have, you guys got any kind of a program where somebody that's in a special
Well,
situation,
if that's a situation for you,
could try and,
email support@derekrydell.com and Gideon will be able to share. As I said on the last call, for those people that legitimately can show evidence that they've tried a certain amount of things and there's absolutely no way they can come up with it, then we do have a small amount of scholarships which are reduced and spread out maybe longer or whatever, but Gideon has the details on that. But you have to, be able to make a case and show we don't have a full application and all that, but you have to make a case that you're going to do the work and the things you've tried, as I said, the 25 ways to manifest more. And why that is because I know I've done it. I've been in this position myself, having no money, no time, back against the wall. I've been in a lot of these situations and I've worked with people in these situations. And just like you don't want to help a baby every time they fall down or they won't learn to get up and learn to walk and learn to be strong.
right?
The thing about the way I support people in this program is I don't see any of you as needy. I don't see any of you as lacking. I actually see you as powerful and capable and resourceful. And that's what you all need to engage. There's no lack of resources in the world. There's only a lack of resourcefulness.
Okay.
I'm telling you and everybody what I know for certain. That doesn't mean we can't help each other, but the most important thing you all want to get, and I'll let you go, Robert, but I'll keep talking, brother. I got to move on here, but email support@DerekRydall.com. Go to the sales page, read the sales page, look at the FAQs. There's a lot of information there. But again, the most powerful breakthrough any of you will have if you're still telling yourself a story of, I don't have enough, I can't afford it, I'm down on my luck, or I've tried everything, nothing works, or whatever the version of that story is. Again, I know we all have challenges. You've heard mine. I've had my fortune stolen from me. I lost a child. I was divorced and lost so much. And money, houses, you name it. I've been there many times. And the most important thing that allowed me to regenerate and resurrect my life over and over again and bigger and better than before is because I understand this piece, which is that I'm the source, and the only thing I need to do is become more resourceful, full of source again, more full of source, not resources, resourceful, full of source. I'm being asked to expand my capacity to generate and to create and to circulate and to realize that no matter how much is coming to me, it doesn't matter. The real demonstration of abundance and power is how much comes from me. And I can always generate more life, more love, more light, more creativity, more productivity. I can always ask, seek, and knock. And if you understand that, I'm telling you, no matter what situation you're in or coming from, you can generate all of your needs abundantly. So I say all that to say that we will, and I do, stretch and help as much as I can. I mean, that's why I'm doing 4-hour classes here. I'm trying to give you as much as I can in case you don't come along. But I also understand that, again, I'm not myself as an example, but Jesus was like, I got to leave you guys. I got to get out of here because if I do not go away, the comforter will not come, which is to say, you think I'm the source. You think I'm the reason you're healing. Christians today still think that. And Jesus is just like, oy vey, you still think it. You still think I'm the source. You still think I'm the thing you need. And all along, the greatest teachers and masters are saying, no, ye are gods, and greater things than these will you do. And so this is what I'm always trying to do, is give you back to yourself, is show you you've got the power, right? And so wherever you are, the way you grow is by going, what am I resonating with? And for those, again, 4 hours later, there's still 150 of you here. That means you already know your answer. You know you want this. You know this is, you're resonating with this. And for whatever reason, some of you, maybe a lot of you, haven't said yes to your yes. But this is how it works. I'm resonating. I want it. I have excuses and reasons and seeming obstacles, but the resonating and the wanting, the desire, which means of the sire, of the father, of the creative principle, or from the stars, it literally means it's in me and it's trying to get out. The desire, it's not a signal of what's out there that I need to get. It's a signal of what's in here that needs to get out. I'm pregnant with the next stage of my evolution. So you have the resonance, you have the desire. Get honest about the excuses you're telling yourself and understand, no matter what you're saying, for why you can't go for what you want and get what you want in this moment, and as is in this program, which really is the support, the clarity, and the step-by-step guidance to take your life and your work to the next level. The reason has nothing to do with the excuses you're telling yourself. It has everything to do with you've been hypnotized to believe the power is out there, the money is out there, and you don't remember and realize fully that you are the source. And so my invitation to you is, as I have to wrap up right now, I don't have any more time for questions, is be the cause. We're off to see the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Because. Don't be at the effect. Claim this. If you want this, claim it. Click on that page, fill out that cart, keep it up on your screen like a screensaver, and then write down 25 ways you can make it happen or really make it welcome. The people you can ask, the things you can sell. This is not about me. It's not even about the program. It's about you breaking through this learned helplessness, this wall that isn't really there, and discovering I told myself I couldn't. I couldn't afford it for this, that, and the other reason. And now I see that I can. So now that I see that potentially in a relatively short time, I went from really believing I couldn't to seeing that that was a lie. What else am I holding myself back from? Where else have I put up a wall that isn't really there? How could I have more love, more health? How could I launch my work larger? Whatever. I'm telling you, all the walls and the obstacles you think there are to you being all that you want to be and living your life, they're not there. They're the walls of the matrix. It's like the Truman Show. There's nothing stopping you from leaving that place and going to the larger world. You've just been conditioned to be afraid of the dark forest or the stormy sea, and you think you're stuck. You're not. And if you get that, you've gotten a realization and a breakthrough that most people never get. And it's just the beginning. And if you can even resonate with what I'm saying as true, then boys and girls, you better get to work and prove it and get in this program so that we can take it all the way through and make it permanent. Permanent. I'm not saying I don't have challenges. Don't hear that. I got all kinds of problems, but they don't stop me anymore. I will invest up to the highest vision. The money doesn't belong to me. It's God's life, it's God's energy. I'm just letting it flow where the energy and the vision wants to go. I will do hard things and scary things and get up even when I don't feel like it, and also take really good care of myself. I'm not letting those limited beliefs and obstacles stop me. And as a result, my life keeps growing, my heart keeps expanding, my bank account gets bigger, more people are impacted and helped and healed. And increasingly, I don't need or want or have an agenda for many things, but just to be an instrument of love and an instrument of life, because I've worked out a lot of that. And again, it doesn't mean it's not hard and scary, but the hard and the scary aren't that big of a deal anymore. And that's what you'll begin to understand. So I hope you come and play. And as I showed you all those things on that, if you want to get all those bonuses and all that, just you can start with 197 today. The link's right there in the chat. If you need to, make your list. If you need greater support, reach out to support at Derek Rydall. And just know that that dream of your heart, that thing that you really, really, really want, it wants you even more. It wants to be you even more. And no matter how many years you've not had it or how hard it seems, I'm telling you, it's closer than you think. And I hope I can support you in creating it and to unleashing it, because the world needs what you have to bring. It's just been an honor to be with you all. I cannot believe we did another 4 hours today. I told myself 2.5 hours at most, and somehow you guys, just when I thought I was out, you pulled me back in. I mean that in the best way. I really love and appreciate all of you. It's such an honor to be able to share this with you and just to feel your hearts and to be in this field. And I hope, even if I don't hear from you or see you again or in this program, that I've left you with something that has made your life a little brighter and a little better. And until next time, remember to live authentically, to love unconditionally, and to follow your destiny. Take care, everybody. Come on now. Much love to you all. I'm just a silly goof. I'll see you guys on the other side. Have a great rest of your day or your night, wherever you